The Wigneer fleet appears without warning on a Tuesday morning. 37 warships materialize in Earth's orbit, their iridescent hulls reflecting sunlight as they position themselves strategically around the planet. News feeds interrupt regular programming worldwide. Military bases activate emergency protocols. Stock markets crash. An 8-year-old Noah Perry drops his breakfast cereal spoon with a clatter. "Dad, are those the bug people?" Noah asks, pointing at the kitchen viewscreen where a news anchor struggles to maintain composure. Dr. James Perry, Earth's leading xenobiologist, doesn't answer immediately. He's already receiving urgent messages on his comm device from the North American Extraterrestrial Contact Facility in Montana. His son's school has just sent notification of emergency closure. The timing couldn't be worse here, perhaps more significant. "They're called the Doctor, near," Dr. Perry finally responds, kneeling beside his son. "And yes, they do look somewhat like insects. They have exoskeletons similar to beetles." What he doesn't tell Noah is that the Wigneer have conquered 12 other civilizations across the galaxy. Or that 2 months ago, a human deep space mining vessel accidentally destroyed a sacred Wigneer monument in the Cygnus system. Or that Earth's defensive capabilities are laughably outmatched by Wigneer technology. "You'll need to come with me to T-Doctor facility today," Dr. Perry says, grabbing his emergency kit. "Pack your backpack. Include your inhaler." 4 hours later, Noah sits in the facility's daycare center, bored with the educational games meant to distract the children of essential personnel. The adults won't explain what's happening, but Noah overhears fragments of conversations. Ultimatum, retribution, and war potential. When Ms. Harkins steps out to take a call, Noah seizes his chance. He slips into the corridor, following the signs toward the main conference room where he knows his father is meeting with the aliens. The facility buzzes with activity. Military personnel rush through hallways. Noah ducks behind potted plants and supply carts, making his way toward the large double doors at the end of the main corridor. They're guarded, but left partially open as officials hurry in and out. Noah waits for his moment, then slips through the gap. Inside, world leaders and military officials surround a delegation of 4 Wigneers. Noah's eyes widen. The aliens stand 7 feet tall, their beetle-like exoskeletons gleaming under the conference room lights. Each has 4 arms and compound eyes that reflect the room in hundreds of tiny facets. The lead Wigneer has distinctive scarlet markings across her thorax. Noah recognizes her from the news briefing. Xena, the ambassador with Royal Heritage Doctor authority to declare war. "Doctor." Perry stands among Earth's representatives, his posture tense as Xena speaks in a translated, clicking language. "Your species' disregard for sacred space cannot go unanswered." The council demands she stops mid-sentence. Her mandibles twitch. Her forearms seize up, and she collapses to her knees. The other Wigneers reach for weapons as security forces Doctor their own. "She's having a seizure, Doctor." Perry shouts, moving forward. "It must be an allergic reaction to our atmosphere." The Wigneer medical officer fumbles with an injection device, but Xena's convulsions worsen. Everyone freezes in a moment of chrysosome. Wrong move could trigger the waiting fleet to attack. Noah doesn't hesitate. Before anyone can stop him, he pushes through the gap in the door and runs toward the fallen ambassador. His father reaches out, face filled with horror. "Noah, no." But Noah is already kneeling beside the alien diplomat, pulling his emergency inhaler from his pocket. He's had enough asthma attacks to recognize respiratory distress when he sees it. The Wigneer guards raise their weapons but pause, confused by the small human approaching their leader. "Like this," Noah says, demonstrating the inhaler technique. "It helps me breathe when my chest gets tight." The Wigneer medical officer looks at the primitive human device, then at Xena's worsening condition. With no better option, he nods permission. Noah helps position the inhaler against what appears to be Xena's breathing apparatus. He presses the canister, and the medication remarkably similar to a compound Wegnier's use for respiratory distress delivers relief. Xena's seizures gradually subside. As she recovers, Xena's compound eyes focus on Noah with an intensity that makes the room go silent. In Wegnier culture, children are considered expendable until they reach warrior age. Yet this human child risked himself to help an alien who came to potentially destroy his world. "I request," Xena says through her translator once she can speak again, "direct communication with this young human." Military leaders exchange bewildered glances. Why would a powerful alien commander want to speak with a child instead of Earth's appointed representatives? Noah simply waits, inhaler still in hand, while 37 warships hover above, their weapons primed. Time seems to slow as Xena's compound eyes remain fixed on Noah. The room's ventilation system hums in the background while everyone holds their breath, waiting for the alien commander's next move. "You have knowledge of respiratory distress," Xena states rather than asks, her translated voice carrying a metallic undertone. Noah nods. "I get asthma attacks some Dr. Mees. It's scary when you can't breathe right." Dr. Perry takes a careful step forward. "Ambassador Xena, my son shouldn't be. Your offspring acted when your warriors hesitated," Xena interrupts, mandibles clicking rapidly. "This requires examination." Within the hour, technicians convert the conference room into an improvised diplomatic chamber. They install a small table and chairs in the center while constructing a reinforced glass observation partition along one wall. Engineers adjust atmospheric controls to prevent another respiratory incident, the machinery's persistent hum becoming background noise as preparations continue. Noah sits at the table, his feet dangling above the DROR. He occasionally kicks the chair leg, a nervous habit Dr. Perry recognizes from parent-teacher conferences. Xena lowers herself into a chair opposite him, her exoskeleton creaking slightly as she adjusts her 7-foot frame to the human-sized furniture. "Why did you assist me?" Xena asks through the translator device positioned between them. Noah shrugs. "You couldn't doctor, breathe. I know what that feels like." Behind the glass partition, Dr. Perry watches with his hands gripping the edge of the console, fingers tightening. Admiral Victor Shaw leans toward him. "What's happening here, Doctor? Why is their commander talking to your kid instead of our diplomatic team?" Dr. Perry keeps his eyes fixed on Noah. "I'm not entirely certain, but Wegnier cultural databases indicate they have no concept of altruism without expected reciprocity. Meaning, every action in their society must provide advantage, a child helping an enemy without orders or expectation of benefit. It might be completely outside their framework for understanding behavior." Noah demonstrates his inhaler technique again. "See, you push this part down while breathing in. The medicine goes into your lungs and helps them relax." Xena's multifaceted eyes reflect Noah in hundreds of tiny mirrors. "Your respiratory device contains compounds similar to our emergency protocols. You recognized my distress from your own experience." "Yeah, asthma attacks are super scary. What is your designation and purpose?" Xena asks. "I'm Noah, I'm 8. Noah swings his feet. "I go to school and play soccer and help my dad with his plants sometimes." "What combat skills have you mastered at 8 cycles?" Noah looks confused. "I'm not really good at fighting. I'm learning multiplication tables right now." "Tell me about your home planet," Noah says, leaning forward with genuine curiosity. "Do Wegnier kids play games like we do?" Xena freezes. The translator emits several electronic chirps before producing words. Wegnier offspring are maintained in specialized development facilities. Recreation is inefficient for warrior progression. "You don't play, ever?" Noah's eyes widen. "What about school, or birthdays, or dinner with your family?" The monitoring doctor, equipment behind the observation glass, shows unusual patterns in Xena's neural activity. Dr. Perry points to the readouts. "Look at these spikes. They're in regions associated with confusion and cognitive reassessment. Admiral Shaw folds his arms. What does that mean in non-scientist terms? It means Noah's descriptions of normal human childhood are fundamentally challenging her understanding of how societies function. 4 hours into their conversation, Noah grows tired. The facility provides him with lunch and a brief rest period. When they resume, Xena asks increasingly detailed questions about human child-rearing practices, education systems, and family structure. Doctor. After the 6th hour, Xena abruptly stands. Security forces tense, hands moving toward Doctorons. Dr. Perry raises his hand, signaling them to wait. Xena extends her lower right arm toward Noah. Only Doctor. Perry recognizes the significance in Wigneer culture. It's the arm of peace, never extended in first contact situations. Noah, oblivious to the gesture's importance, simply takes her chitinous appendage and shakes it as he's been taught to do when meeting adults. The contact lasts only seconds, but Xena's posture changes subtly. "I must confer with the High Command," she announces. 30 minutes later, Xena requests a formal meeting with Earth's representatives. When they gather, she delivers unexpected news. "The Retribution Protocol is temporarily suspended," she states. "Human offspring display qualities our science deemed impossible: altruism without strategic advantage. This requires further investigation before military action proceeds." Murmurs spread through the assembled officials. Admiral Shaw steps forward. "We welcome this development, Ambassador. I request the small human Noah serve as cultural liaison during extended discussions." The room erupt. Doctor in objections. Admiral Shaw raises his voice over the commotion. "That's impossible. He's a child, not a diplomat." Dr. Perry moves to Noah's side. "Absolutely not. My son is not part of these negotiations." "Dad," Noah tugs at his father's sleeve. "I want to help if I can stop them from hurting people." "No, Noah, this isn't your responsibility. But I'm the only one who can talk to her, right? She likes me." Dr. Perry looks from his son to the alien ambassador, torn between professional curiosity and parental protection. Reports come in that the Wigneer fleet has moved to high-DRR orbit, a sign of reduced aggression, though 16 warships remain positioned above major population centers. "I propose a compromise," Dr. Perry finally says. "Noah can participate in limited, supervised interactions, but he remains in my custody at all times, and this facility becomes our temporary residence." Dr. Iral Shaw nods reluctantly. "We'll establish a specialized team: child psychologists, xenobiologists, diplomatic experts to support him." That night, Dr. Perry installs a cot in his office. He watches Noah sleep, the soft glow of monitoring equipment illuminating DR's son's face. Outside the reinforced windows, stars dot the night sky, indistinguishable from the alien warships still hovering in Earth's orbit. "Why you?" Dr. Perry whispers, brushing hair from Noah's forehead. "Of all the people on this planet, why did it have to be you?" Noah shifts in his sleep, clutching his inhaled doctor. Even in slumber, unaware that tomorrow he'll wake to begin his improbable role as humanity's young ambassador to an alien fleet poised between peace and annihilation. Dr. Perry watches his son sleep and turns to look out the window at the distant lights in the night sky. His hand trembles slightly as he adjusts Noah's blanket. Morning arrives with the clinical B doctor, HTNS of fluorescent lights. Noah rubs his eyes, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. "Dad," he calls, spotting his father hunched over a computer terminal. Dr. Perry straightens immediately. "Hey, buddy, sleep okay? Where's the bathroom?" And just like that, their new reality begins. Over the next 7 days, the North American Extraterrestrial Contact Facility transforms around them. Workers convert the East Wing into a specialized doctor, ultral exchange center with dual atmosphere capabilities. One half maintains Earth normal conditions, the other replicates the methane-rich, higher pressure environment the Wigneers prefer. Dr. Perry attaches a small medical Moni doctor to Noah's wrist. This stays on all the time, okay? It tracks your heart rate, blood oxygen, and lung function. Noah examines the sleek black band. Cool, like a spy watch. Exactly like that, Dr. Perry says, forcing a smile. Except it sends all the information directly to my tablet. The military presence remains substantial but increasingly subtle. Noah notices soldiers trading combat uniforms for more casual attire, though the bulges under jackets reveal concealed weapons. Security checkpoints continue to operate at every doorway, now disguised as general information stations. Admiral Shaw personally oversees the installation of new defense systems. Noah spots him in a monitoring room, pointing at schematics while technicians install equipment behind wall panels. The sensors need to be functional but completely undetectable, Doctor, the Admiral instructs. We maintain full defensive capability without appearing threatening. On the fourth day, the Specialized Task Force introduces a structured program of cultural exchange activities. Dr. Eliza Navarro, the team's xenopsychologist, briefs Noah on his expanded role. We'd like you to introduce Ambassador Xena to typical childhood activities, she explained Doctor, sliding a tablet at Doctor, the table with a schedule. Games, art projects, music, things that would be normal for you but completely new for her. Noah scrolls through the list. I can do that. Will she like Monopoly? Doctor. Navarro exchanges glances with Dr. Perry. That's exactly what we want to find out. The first structured session takes place in a room designed to resemble a typical American living room, albeit with reinforced walls and multiple hidden cameras. Noah sets up a chessboard while Xena observes, her compound eyes reflecting the black and white pieces. This is called chess, Noah explains, arranging the pieces. Each one moves differently. The point is to capture the opponent's king. Xena's mandibles click rapidly. This simulates combat strategy training. Sort of, but nobody gets hurt, Noah says. And sometimes I let Dad win because it's more fun to play longer than to win quickly. Xena's antennae twitch. In 10 Doctor, now suboptimal performance extends recreational activity. Yeah, it's no fun if the game ends too fast. Behind the observation glass, Dr. Marcus Wilson makes rapid notes. Fascinating. She's struggling with the concept of process over outcome. Dr. Perry nods, eyes fixed on the medical readout from Noah's wristband. Her neural patterns show significant deviation from baseline. This is challenging her fundamental understanding of interaction. As the days progress, Noah introduces more game checkers, Connect 4, even a simplified version of tag that requires them to touch colored panels rather than each other. Xena's initial stiff movements and threatening mandible displays gradually soften. Her exoskeleton, once held rigidly in a constant state of alert, begins to relax during their sessions. On the 8th day, Noah brings in a small photo album. These are pictures of my family, he explains, opening to the first page. That's me when I was a baby, and that's my mom. Xena studies the photographs. Your female parental unit is not present in the facility. Noah's fingers trace the edge of a photo showing a woman with his same honey-brown eyes. She died when I was 4. She had bad lungs like me, but worse. Yet you survived despite genetic imperfection, Xena observes. Dad takes care of me, Noah says simply. He makes sure I take my medicine and he comes to all my doctor appointments. He even learned how to cook, though he's not very good at it. A single parental unit is responsible for your development. Xena remains motionless, processing his information. Without state developmental facilities. Just my dad. The monitoring equipment registers a significant change in Xena's biometric readings. Her exoskeleton shifts color slightly, developing a faint bluish tinge across the thorax plates. Dr. Navarro points at the readings. That color change corresponds to what their scientists call perspective alteration. She's experiencing a fundamental paradigm shift. Unknown to the humans, High Commander Krex watches these interactions with mounting concern. On his command vessel orbiting Earth, he reviews Xena's daily reports with increasing agitation. The ambassador spends excessive time observing human offspring activities, he tells his senior officers. She delays implementation of the retribution protocol without sufficient strategic justification. Xerix, his intelligence officer, steps forward. I will assess the situation personally, Commander. Within 20 hours, Xerix breaches the facility's security systems by intercepting and duplicating human communication protocols. The sleek, gray-shielded Wigneer inserts surveillance CES throughout the complex, focusing particularly on areas where Noah interacts with Xena. Dr. discovers one such device while conducting a routine scan of Noah's temporary bedroom. The small metallic disc, no larger than a coin, adheres to the side of Noah's desk. Dr. Perry immediately recognizes it as non-human technology. Instead of reporting the breach, he consults with Dr. Navarro in hushed tones away from any potential listening devices. This is an opportunity, Dr. Navarro suggests. We can demonstrate human transparency. That evening, Dr. Perry sits on the edge of Noah's bed, aware of the Dr. Lance device recording their conversation. How are you feeling about all this, Noah? It's okay to be scared sometimes. Noah looks up from his tablet. I'm not scared of Xena anymore. She's different than I thought aliens would be. Different how? She doesn't know how to play or have fun. I feel sorry for her. Dr. Perry gently adjusts Noah's covers. Understanding different cultures takes time and courage, from both sides. The next morning, Xena makes an unprecedented request to the Earth Diplomatic Council. I wish to observe human offspring in their natural environment. The designated liaison Noah has described an educational facility called school. I request permission to visit this location. Admiral Shaw immediately opposes the idea. Absolutely not. We cannot allow Wigneer personnel into civilian areas. Noah, sitting at the far end of the conference table, raises his hand. What if we did it on a weekend, when other kids aren't there? I could ask some of my friends to come with their parents. The council debates for hours. Security concerns dominate the discussion, but the diplomatic potential cannot be ignored. Finally, a compromise emerges. A controlled visit during weekend hours with volunteer classmates and their parents, extensive security measures, and strict time limitations. As preparations begin for the school visit, tensions rise aboard the Wigneer command vessel. Xerix reports directly to High Commander Krex. Ambassador Xena displays concerning emotional responses, Xerix reports. Her biochemical patterns show deviation from Wigneer military doctrine parameters. Krex's massive form towers over the viewscreen. His battle-scarred exoskeleton reflects the harsh lighting of the command center as he issues his ultimatum to Xena. PR Doctor, see concrete justification for delaying retribution protocol within 3 Earth days or face removal from command. The countdown begins as Noah helps decorate his classroom with welcome Dr. Ines, unaware that the upcoming school visit now carries the weight of humanity's future. The weekend arrives with a crisp Montana morning. Dr. Perry helps Noah into a fresh t-shirt, carefully adjusting the medical monitor on his wrist. It looks just like a regular watch, Noah says, turning his wrist to examine it. That's the idea. Dr. Perry taps his tablet, confirming the steady stream of vital signs. How are you feeling about today? Excited. Noah bounces on his toes. Wait until Xena sees the solar system model I made. I added her home planet Bosdron the star charts she showed me. Dr. Perry smiles despite the knot in his stomach. Just remember the rules Dr. talked about. Stay within sight of security at all times. No leaving the building. If my chest feels tight, tell you immediately. Noah recites mechanically. Dad, we've been over this 1,000,000 times. And we'll go over it 1,000,000 more, Dr. Perry says, ruffling Noah's hair. The drive to Pinewood Elementary takes them past 3 unmarked military checkpoints. Dr. Perry notices Noah tracking T-Doctor positioned snipers on rooftops with curious eyes. The boy has become adept at spotting the subtle signs of security figures too still on building corners, the glint of communicat doctor, devices in parked vehicles. At the school, Principal Wheeler meets them at a side entrance. Her practiced smile does little to mask her nervousness. Everything is prepared, Doctor, according to protocol, Dr. Perry. She gestures down the hallway. Admiral Shaw has established command operations in my office. Noah tugs at his father's sleeve. Can I go check on my project in the classroom? Dr. Perry consults his watch. Xena arrives in 30 minutes. Stay with Lieutenant Dr. T. Rodriguez. The young officer nods, falling into step beside Noah as they head toward the science lab. Dr. Perry watches them go before turning toward the principal's office. Inside, Admiral DRW stands before a wall of monitors displaying satellite imagery, building schematics, and biometric readings. The principal's desk has been pushed aside to accommodate communications equipment. Status report, Dr. Perry asks. All systems operational, Shaw responds without looking up. Orbital defense platforms are maintaining standard patrol patterns to avoid alerting the Wigneers to our heightened readiness. Dr. Perry studies the security camera feeds showing the school perimeter. The parents, 7 families cleared security. They're waiting in the gymnasium. At precisely 10:00 a.m., a modified transport vehicle approaches the school. Its specially reinforced chassis sits lower to the ground than standard vehicles, accommodating the Wigneer's center of gravity. The vehicle stops at the designated entry point. In the science lab, Noah arranges the final pieces of his solar system model when Lieutenant Rodriguez touches his earpiece. They're here, he tells Noah. Noah's heart beats faster as he straightens his shirt. How do I look? Like Earth's most important ambassador, Rodriguez answers with surprising sincerity. The gymnasium falls silent as Xena enters, flanked by 2 smaller Wigneers. Their exoskeletons catch the light, reflecting iridescent patterns across the polished floor. The human children huddle behind TDRR parents, eyes wide. Noah breaks the tension by stepping forward. Hi, Xena. I'm glad you could come. Xena's translator converts her clicking mandibles into English. Greetings, no human. These are my documentation specialists, Valia and Terrace. The 2 junior Wigneers extend sensory appendages, recording devices humming quietly as they scan the room. Michael's father clears his throat. Welcome to Earth. Officially. Dr. Wilson steps forward. We've planned several cultural exchange activities to demonstrate typical human childhood social interactions. Noah rolls his eyes. He means we're going to play games. He turns to Xena. But first, want to see my science project? I added your star system. Without waiting for permission, Noah leads Xena toward the science lab. Security personnel adjust positions smoothly, maintaining sight lines while appearing casual. The other children watch in fascination as the massive alien ambassador follows Noah down the hallway, her exoskeleton nearly brushing the ceiling. In the lab, Noah proudly displays his model. See, this is your home world, based on the charts you showed me. Xena's compound eyes reflect the small purple sphere. You have depicted our atmospheric density correctly, most impressive. The other children gradually approach, curiosity Dr. Coming fear. Sophia Jenkins, a small girl with thick glasses, points to a red planet. Is that Mars? My dad works on the terraforming satellites. Xena turns toward her. Your parental unit alters planetary atmospheres. He's trying to, Sophia replies, so humans could live there someday. Valia and Terrace exchange rapid clicks, recording this information. Their antennae vibrate with increased intensity. As the morning progresses, Dr. Wilson guides the group through structured activities. The gymnasium becomes the site of cultural confusion when he introduces the concept of tag. The objective is simple, he explains. Whoever is it tries to touch someone else, transferring the status of it to them. Michael volunteers to be it first. The human children scatter, squealing with delight as he chases them. Xena and her aides observe with rigid postures. The pursued humans display signs of fear, Terrace notes, yet they emit vocalizations indicating pleasure. It's pretend fear, Noah explains between breaths as he dodges past. That's what makes it fun. Michael corners Noah and tags his shoulder. Got you, you're it. Noah immediately pivots and chases Sophia, who laughs as she runs. When he tags her, she accepts the role of it without protest. Valia's recording appendage extends further, capturing this exchange. Doctor, the human offspring voluntarily accepts tactical disadvantage, she clicks to Xena. This violates primary doctrine. Xena's mandibles click rapidly. Continue recording. This requires further analysis. Lunch brings another novel experience for the Wigneers. While they cannot consume human food, they observe the social rituals with apparent fascination. Children share snacks, trade desserts, and engage in conversation around circular tables. Dr. Perry monitors Noah's vitals from across the room, relaxing slightly at the steady readings. Admiral Shaw appears briefly at the doorway, giving a subtle thumbs-up. The morning has proceeded without incident. Then Sophia Jenkins gasps. Her hand flies to her chest, eyes widening as she struggles to inhale. Her father jumps up, calling for help. She can't breathe, he shouts. Before the medical team can respond, Noah recognizes the symptoms. He pulls his spare inhaler from his pocket and rushes to Sophia's side. It's okay, he tells her calmly. I get these too. Here, watch me. Noah demonstrates how to use the inhaler, then helps Sophia time her breath as she inhales the medication. Within moments, her breathing eases. Dr. Perry watches Xena during this exchange. The ambassador's exoskeleton shifts to a deep, vibrant blue color he's only seen once before, during a breakthrough moment in their earlier sessions. Xena approaches Noah. You provided medical assistance to this human offspring. She is not your genetic relation. She needed help, Noah says simply, returning the inhaler to his pocket. You provided me with similar assistance during our first encounter, Xena continues. I represented a threat to your world. Noah shrugs. You needed help too. Xena's translator falls silent, though her mandibles continue to click rapidly. Valia and Terrace record the exchange, their own exoskeletons displaying subtle color changes. In the ventilation system above, concealed from human detection systems, Xerix observes everything. The intelligence officer transmits the footage directly to High Commander Krex's command vessel in orbit. Aboard the flagship, Krex watches with mounting agitation. The ambassador displays impermissible emotional responses, he tells his senior officers. The contamination spreads to Dr. Documentation Team. Your orders, Commander. His weapons officer asks. Prepare targeted elimination. Position strike vessels in lower orbit. Back at the school, the afternoon continues with a basketball demonstration. Noah shows Xena Hodro bounce the ball, her complex limb structure making the simple human action awkward. The object is to put the ball through the elevated circ. Doctor, our opening. She clarifies. The hoop, Noah corrects. And yes, want to try? Dr. Perry's tablet vibrates with an urgent notification. He steps away, finding Admiral Shaw in the hallway. 3 Wigneer warships have broken formation, Shaw whispers. They're dropping to lower orbit in attack config. Dr. Tian. Attack, but why now? Dr. Perry's eyes dart to the gymnasium doors. Unknown. Sato detected the movement about 5 minutes ago. We're tracking them with passive systems only. Dr. Perry glances at his tablet, calculating. How long? 40 minutes until they're in optimal firing position. If we evacuate now, They'll know we detected their movement and likely accelerate their attack, Shaw finishes. I've ordered Defense Doctor satellites to target the ships, but they remain passive. Dr. Perry's hands shake slightly as he activates a security protocol on his tablet. Inside the gymnasium, the lights flicker in a pattern that means nothing to most observers but signals security personnel to prepare for emergency evacuation. Noah, oblivious to the danger, passes the basketball to Xena. My dad makes spaghetti every Saturday night. It's kind of our tradition, he says conversationally. You should come over for dinner tonight. Dr. Perry freezes. This spontaneous invitation violates every protocol established for Wigner-human interaction. Before any security official can intervene, Xena's mandibles click in what Noah has learned to recognize as consideration. I accept your doctor invitation, she responds. Valia and Terrace immediately extend recording appendages, documenting this exchange with increased activity. Their exoskeletons flash warning patterns barely noticeable to human observer doctor. Suddenly, Xena's communication device emits a series of rapid tones. Her exoskeleton flashes warning colors as she processes the incoming information. With DRT explanation, she extracts a previously concealed transmitter from her ceremonial armor and begins urgent communication with the Wigner fleet. Doctor. Perry moves toward Noah, positioning himself to shield his son if necessary. Security personnel subtly shift toward predetermined evacuation routes while maintaining casual appearances. Admiral Shaw's voice comes through Dr. Perry's earpiece. The warships have powered up weapon systems. Noah looks up at his father, noticing his tension for the first time. Dad, what's wrong? Before Dr. Perry can answer, Xena stands perfectly still, her mandibles clicking rapidly in what appears to be intense internal communication. The gymnasium falls silent as everyone watches the alien ambassador, frozen in what xenobiologists would recognize as Doctor, Wigner equivalent of profound internal conflict. In this moment of suspended animation, the fate of the Doctor, Amatic mission perhaps the fate of both specieshangs in delicate balance. The three warships hover in attack position above Montana while Xena stands motionless, caught between her developing understanding of humanity and her military obligations to her species. The gym falls silent as Xena remains motionless. Her exoskeleton shifts through a rapid succession of color-steep blue, amber, crimson before settling into a pulsing pattern that Dr. Perry has never observed before. Dad, Noah Doctor, whispers, his eyes fixed on the ambassador's changing colors. Before Dr. Perry can respond, Xena straightens to her full height. Her four primary limbs extend outward as her mandibles click in a distinctive rhythm. The translator remains silent, but the message is not meant for human ears. Xena extracts a crystalline device from her ceremonial armor. It glows with internal light as she activates a direct communication channel. Her voice, untranslated, fills DRE gymnasium with sharp, commanding clicks that cause Valia and Terrace to back away slightly. Doctor. Perry's earpiece crackles with Admiral Doctor's urgent voice. The warships are powering weapon systems. 35 minutes to optimal firing position. Xena's translator reactivates. High Commander Krex, she announces, her synthetic voice carrying Undoctor, Al-Force. I formally invoke Protection Protocol 7 Alpha. These human offspring are under my personal protection by ancient law. Confirm receipt of declaration. Her exoskeleton flashes warning colors as she stands in what Dr. Perry instantly recognizes as a combatrix stance, mandibles fully extended. What's happening? Noah asks, looking between Xena and his father. Dr. Perry places a protective hand on Noah's shoulder. Stay close to me. Xena turns to face the humans. High Commander Krex has ordered an attack on this location. 3 warships are currently positioning for strike. Dr. Perry feels his blood run cold. Admitting internal conflict within the Wigner command structure, violates their most fundamental diplomatic principality before potential adversaries. Lieutenant Rodriguez, Admiral Shaw says over the security channel, begin evacuation protocol. Gymnasium es Dr. Tur. Make it look routine. Rodriguez nods to his team. One officer claps his hands cheerfully. All right, everyone, who wants to see the cool underground basketball court? Parents exchange worried glances but quickly understand, herding their children toward the reinforced shelter entrance disguised as a storage room. Security personnel maintain casual postures while establishing defensive positions. Noah resists his father's gentle push. Dad, I can't leave Xena. Noah, this is serious. I know. Noah's eyes reflect understanding beyond his years. That's why I need to stay with her. It matters. Dr. Perry hesitates, looking from his son to Admiral Shaw, who gives a barely perceptible nod. On the ComDRD channel, Shaw's voice is tense. We've activated the orbital defense grid, maintaining passive tracking only to avoid escalation. Valia and Terrace position themselves on either side of Xena. Their exoskeletons, previously patterned with the traditional military markings of documentation specialists, begin shifting color. Within seconds, they match the diplomatic pattern displayed by Xena. We stand with Ambassador Xena, Valia announces, extending a recording appendage toward the ceiling in what appears to be a formal gesture. Official documentation filed. Terrace clicks in agreement, mirroring the gesture. Dr. Perry's tablet lights up with urgent alerts. He reads them with growing Doctor. Admiral, the Relentless has broken high orbit. Descent trajectory indicates direct approach. Confirmed, Shaw responds, his voice grim. Global Defense has detected the movement. Automated alert systems are activating worldwide. Through the gymnasium windows, emergency broadcast sirens begin to wail in the distance. Xena's communication device emits a series of harsh to Doctor. Her mandibles click rapidly as she listens. Without warning, a section of ventilation ducting above them detaches. A sleek, dark figure drops to the floor. Xerix, the Wigneer intelligence officer. Security personnel immediately draw weapons, but Dr. Perry raises his hand. Hold fire. Xerix approaches Xena directly. His forearms display ceremonial weapons-curved ceremonial blades that gleam under the gymnasium lights. The Intel Doctor, NSA officer, stands before Xena in formal challenge posture. Judgment authority granted, Xerix announces, his translator converting the clicks into flat, emotionless English. Noah starts forward, but Dr. Perry holds him back. Every human in the room understands the gravity of the moment. Intelligence officer has the authority to execute Xena for treason. Instead, Xerix retracts his weapons and presents a collection of glowing data crystals. Evidence submitted for review. Independent verification of human offspring behavioral patterns. Xena accepts the crystals, integrating them into her communication device. Confirmation received. Dr. Perry makes a decision. He releases Noah's Shodr and steps back, leaving his son unguarded near the Wigneer representatives. Shaw's voice hisses in his earpiece. What doctor you doing? Demonstrating trust, Dr. Perry responds quietly. Noah, sensing the moment's importance, steps forward and extends his H-Doctor to Xerix, just as he had done with Xena during their first meeting. Hi, I'm Noah, he says simply. The gymnasium falls silent. Xerix studies the offered hand, his compound eyes reflecting Noah's small figure. After several seconds, the intelligence officer extends one appendage, carefully mimicking the human greeting. Designation, Xerix, the translator conveys. Function, intelligence assessment. Dr. Wilson watches from across the room, frantically taking notes on his tablet. They're using different terminology, he whispers to Dr. Perry. The Wigneer word for human children has shifted from resource to developing sentient. That's a fundamental categorization change. Dr. Perry's tablet displays a global alert. The Relentless has entered Earth's upper atmosphere. All military forces worldwide are at maximum readiness. Admiral Shaw steps forward. "I'm ordering all Earth defense systems to stand down," he announces, speaking clearly for the Wigneer's translation devices. "Transmitting on open channels now." "Admiral," one of his officers protests. "That leaves us completely vulnerable." "For 14 seconds, Shaw responds. "Sometimes vulnerability is strength." Xena's communication device activates, projecting holographic data throughout the gymnasium. Images of Noah helping Sophia with her inhaler, children sharing lunches, the game of tag-all captured from multiple angles by Wigneer recording devices. "Transmission to all Wigneer vessels," Xena announces. "Subject: human childhood development and altruistic behavior. Verification by independent intelligence assessment included." The remaining children, Michael, Sophia, and 4 others, move toward Noah, standing with him beside Xena. "What's altruistic?" Michael whispers. "It means helping others without getting anything back," Noah explains. "Like letting you have my pudding cup at lunch?" Sophia asks. Noah nods. "Exactly like that." A new signal overrides all communication systems. The holographic display flickers, replaced by the image of 3 Wigneers with elaborately marked exoskeletons. Their mandibles click in formal patterns as the translator conveys their message. "By authority of the Supreme Council, Earth is hereby designated a species of scientific significance. Protection status granted pending cultural exchange completion. High Commander Krex, verify compliance." The gymnasium screens display the Relentless hovering at the edge of weapons range, its massive silhouette visible against Earth's atmosphere. The bridge of the Wigneer flagship appears on the main display. High Commander Krex stands rigid, surrounded by junior officers whose postures suggest tension. The weapons targeting systems on the Relentless remain active, locked on multiple Earth targets including Pinewood Elementary School. The 7 children stand together in a semicircle around Xena, Valia, Terrace, and Xerix. The image transmits to every ship in the Wigneer fleet. Human children, voluntarily aligned with aliens who, just hours earlier, had considered Earth merely a strategic acquisition. High Commander Krex's mandibles click slowly as he surveys the scene. His decision will determine the future of 2 species. The silence in the gymnasium stretches as High Commander Krex studies the children gathered around Xena. His compound eyes reflect the image of 7 human children. Voluntary doctor, standing with Wigneer representatives. ADRR 14 precise seconds. Krex's mandibles click once. The weapon systems of the Relentless power down to minimum levels, the targeting locks disengaging with audible notification tones heard through the communication channel. "Compliance acknowledged," Krex states, his translator conveying no emotion. The Relentless will maintain observation position in Earth's atmosphere. Further instructions awaited. The connection terminates abruptly. Admiral Shaw exhales slowly, nodding Dr. his communications specialist who confirms Earth's defense systems have reactivated to standby rather than a Dr. Essive targeting. "That was 14 seconds exactly," Dr. Wilson W.H. Dr. Ers. "They timed our vulnerability." Dr. Perry watches the children's reactions as Th. Dr. Mediate danger passes. Noah maintains his composed demeanor, staying near Xena while the other children process what just happened. Michael fidgets with his shirt collar. Sophia sits down, still catching her breath from a doctor, earlier asthma attack. Jaden, Emma, Tyler, and Olivia huddle together, their whispers a mixture doctor fear and excitement. "Did we just stop an alien invasion?" Jaden asks, his voice carrying across the Noquiet gymnasium. Dr. Perry kneels beside his son. "Are you okay?" Noah nods. "We're still having dinner with Xena tonight, right?" Before Dr. Perry can respond, the gymnasium doors open as military psychologists enter. Dr. Abigail Chen approaches the children with a practiced, reassuring smile. "Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Chen. I'd like to talk with each of you about what happened today. Her voice is calm, her clipboard disguising specialized trauma assessment tools developed specifically for civilian first contact scenarios. Admiral Shaw motions to Dr. Perry. We're converting the gymnasium to a temporary diplomatic center. UN representatives are inbound. Doctor. Perry checks his tablet as it displays new security notices. They're sending Harrington. Shaw nods. Hypersonic transport. ETA 40 minutes. Xena's communication device activates with a series of tones. Her exoskeleton shifts to deep blue as she processes the incoming message. Valia and Terrace position themselves protectively around her, their recording appendages directed outward in standard security formation. The Supreme Council has designated me primary cultural assessor for Earth, Xena announces. Her translator struggles to convey the subtle tonal variations that indicate her surprise. 3 science vessels will replace the warships in Earth orbit. The warships are leaving, Admiral Shaw asks, his focus on tactical implications. 16 will remain in defensive formation, Xena clarifies. Weapon systems will maintain minimal power levels. Your sensors will verify this. Noah tugs on Xena's ceremonial armor. Does this mean you're in charge now instead of Command Dr. Rex? Xerix clicks rapidly, his translator converting the sound to, High Commander Krex remains Fleet Commander. He establishes command position at your lunar military installation. The Chinese-American moonbase, Shaw confirms, checking his tactical display. Doctor's deliberately removing himself from Earth's immediate vicinity. Sophia approaches Xena hesitantly. Your breathing thing helped my asthma. Do you have other medical stuff that helps people breathe? Xena tilts her head, studying the small human. Respiratory assistance technology is standard in all Wigneer exploration units. Our atmospheric requirement doctors differ from yours. But it helped me, Sophia insists. Yes, Xena acknowledges. Adaptability of medical technologies across species was unexpected. Dr. Perry notices Xerix documenting this exchange with particular attention, his recording appendages capturing multiple angles of the human child's interest in Wigneer medical technology. Noah approaches his father. Dad, we still need to have dinner with Xena. I promised. Doctor. Perry looks from his son to the alien ambassador now at the center of Earth's most significant diplomatic doctor, N. Security protocols dictate complete isolation of alien representatives in controlled environments. The procedures specifically prohibit informal contact in civilian settings. Admiral Shaw overhears. You can't be serious. I promised, Noah repeats. Doctor. Perry studies his son's determined expression. Let me talk to security. 2 hours later, the Perry Res Doctor, NCE undergoes rapid transformation. Military vehicles establish a perimeter around the modest suburban home. Technicians install atmospheric filters and emergency medical equipment designed to support Wigneer physiology. Sarah Linden, from across the street, watches from her front porch as specialized equipment moves into the Perry home. Tom, she calls to her husband. They're putting some kind of metal thing on the Perry's roof. Inside, Dr. Perry examines the security modifications to his kitchen. Is all this really necessary? He asks Lieutenant Rodriguez. Ambassador-level security protocols, sir, Rodriguez replies, adjusting a scanner, plus the specific environmental requirements. Noah arranges the dining room table carefully, placing an extra setting for their guest. Dad, does Xena use forks? No, Dr. Perry explains. She'll have specialized feeding instruments and different food. The doorbell rings, Doctor, at precisely 7:00 p.m. Noah runs to answer it before security personnel can intervene. Xena stands on the front porch, her 8-foot frame dwarfing the doorway. Valia and Terrace position themselves on either side. Xerix remains slightly behind, scanning the surroundings with specialized sensory appendages. Welcome to our house, Noah says simply, stepping aside. Xena ducks to enter the human dwelling, her compound eyes adjusting to the interior lighting. Her attention immediately fixes on the wall of family photographs. "These are visual recordings of your growth cycle," she observes, studying an image of infant Noah Dr. in his mother's arms. "That's me when I was a baby," Noah explains. "And that's my mom. She died when I was 3. Xena's mandibles click softly. "You maintain images of deceased family members." "Of course," Dr. Perry says, joining them. "They're still important to us, even after they're gone." Xena's translator remains silent, but her exoskeleton shifts through subtle color variations that Xerix records with particular doctor. Attention. In Wigneer practice, Xerix explains, records of the deceased are eliminated. Resources focus on the living. Noah reaches for a framed photograph of his mother. But then how do you remember them? The question hangs in the air as Xena processes this fundamentally different perspective. Her recording appendages extend, documenting the wall of family memories. Dinner proceeds with careful orchestration. Dr. Perry serves human food for himself, and Noah while Xena consumes specially Dr. nutrient compounds prepared according to Wigneer biochemical requirements. Xerix declines sustenance, maintaining high Dr. B server role with focused attention. Do Wigneer kids go to school? Noah asks between bites of pasta. Juvenile education occurs in development pods, Xena explains. Training eliminates the in a Dr. U to ensure resource efficiency. Dr. Perry nearly chokes on his water. Eliminates. Those who cannot meet standards do not continue, Xena states as if explaining the obvious. Resource conservation is essential. Noah frowns. Everyone needs help sometimes. Like when I help Sophia with her inhaler, or when Dad helps me with math homework. Assistance to the inadequate diverts resources from the worthy, Xerix interjects, his translator conveying the statement as factual rather than doctor, judgmental. That's not how it works for humans, Dr. Perry explains carefully. We believe help Doctor, others makes everyone stronger. After dinner, Noah retrieves his math homework. Dr. Perry sits best Doctor, him at the kitchen table guiding him through a difficult problem about fractions. I don't understand how to divide these, Noah admits, frustration evident in his voice. That's okay, Dr. Perry responds patiently. Let's try a different approach. Think about sharing pizza slices. Xerix moves closer, recording appendages capturing every Dr. L of this interaction. His compound eyes shift between father and son, documenting how Dr. Perry offers encouragement rather than criticism when Noah makes mistakes. Later, as bedtime approaches, Noah makes an unexpected request. Dad, can Xena hear my bedtime story too? After brief security consultations, Xena sits rigidly in the core doctor of Noah's bedroom as Dr. Perry opens The Little Prince. The ambassador's recording appendages extend, documenting every word as Dr. Perry reads about a boy who befriends a visitor from another world. One sees clearly only with the heart, Dr. Perry reads. What is essential is invisible to the eye. Halfway through the story, Noah's eyes close, his breathing becoming slow and regular. He falls asleep completely Dr. Nurable in the presence of the Wigneer ambassador, an act so contrary to survival instincts that Xena's exoskeleton displays colors never before recorded in diplomatic encounters. Dr. Perry closes the book quietly and gestures for Xena to follow him from the room. In the hallway, the ambassador remains motionless, all sensory appendages oriented toward the sleeping child. He trusts completely, Xena observes after 23 minutes of silence. This violates survival principles. That's the difference in our approaches, Dr. Perry explains softly. Human civilization advances because we protect our children rather than testing them with survival challenges. They learn cooperation instead of competition. As Xena prepares to depart with her security detail, she pauses at the front door, looking back toward Noah's bedroom. The invitation was informative, she states. Her translator cannot convey the complex harmonics in her native clicking speech. Dr. Perry watches from his front porch as the Wigneer delegation departs. Neighbors peer from behind curtains at the strange procession moving down their suburban street. In his lunar command post, High Commander Krex reviews the evening's transmitted data with growing concern. The evidence suggests fundamental flaws in Wigneer evolutionary theory rather than simply cultural differences. He activates a secure communication channel to select ship captains whose traditional viewpoints align with his own. Observation continues, he informs them, careful to avoid any direct contradiction of the Supreme Council's orders. Prepare contingency extracti doctor, protocols for all personnel on Earth's surface. The selected captains acknowledge without question, positioning their vessels for rapid response while maintaining the appearance of compliance with the science vessel transition. Aboard the Science Doctor, Essel Empirical Truth, already approaching Earth orbit, senior scientist Malia studies the preliminary data from the Perry residence with specialized analytical appendages. Her slender, pale exoskeleton shifts through thoughtful color patterns as she documents statistical anomalies in human-child behavior that contradict established Dr. D. xenopsychological models. Cooperation increases survival rates, she notes in her preliminary report. This contradicts fundamental doctrine. Further study is imperative. The report Doctor transmits to the Supreme Council, beginning an urgent reassessment that could challenge the foundations of Wigneer civilization across 12 star systems. 3 days after the dinner that bridged two worlds, Dr. Perry received an encrypted "No Doctor" citation on his tablet. The message bore the unified insignia of the Wigneer Supreme Council and the United Nations symbol, so new its design had been finalized mere hours earlier. The Earth Evolutionary Study Initiative. Dr. Perry read aloud, scrolling through the document. He sat at his kitchen table, the morning light illuminating the screen as he absorbed the implications. Noah poured cereal into a bowl, milk sloshing over the edge. "What's that, Dad?" "The Wigneers are sending 7 research vessels. They want to study how human children learn and grow." Dr. Perry looked up from his tablet. "And apparently I'm going to help coordinate their research." Noah grinned, milk dripping from his spoon. "Does that mean Xena's staying?" "It looks that way." Dr. Perry scanned the document further. The UN Security Council has approved Wigneer research teams at schools in 12 countries, with proper supervision, of course. The Perry household quickly became the nexus of an unprecedented scientific exchange. Dr. Perry's expertise in xenobiology, previously considered a theoretical field, made him the logical choice to bridge the scientific methodologies of both species. At the lunar base, High Commander Krex paced the length of his command center, agitation evident in the rapid clicks emanating from his mandibles. 14 captains request reassignment to the scientific mission, his adjutant reported, placing a data tablet on the conference table. They cite potential evolutionary advantages in studying human altruistic behaviors. Krex's exoskeleton darkened to a deep crimson. Implement loyalty assessments. Full spectrum. "Sir, that protocol is typically reserved for implement immediately," Krex interrupted. "I want results within 6 hours. The results arrived in 5. 37 officers with questionable commitment to traditional doctrine were identified and confined to quarters. That evening, Krex established an encrypted channel to the Wigneer War Council, his message bypassing the usual command protocols. "Request emergency override of Supreme Council designation," he transmitted. "Human influence presents existential threat to Wigneer evolutionary principles." At Pinewood Elementary, Noah returned to a classroom transformed. A discreet security perimeter had been established around the school, with scanning equipment disguised as maintenance upgrades. Mrs. Chambers welcomed him with practiced normality. "Noah, Take your seat. We're about to start our science lesson." His classmates initially bombarded him with questions about the aliens, but the novelty gradually faded. Within a week, Aiden Jacobson was once again the center of attention after bringing his pet tarantula for show and tell. Yet substantive changes had taken root beneath the surface of ordinary school routines. Today we're learning about different types of atmos ###abiter. ##S, Mrs. Chambers explained, revealing a new chart showing both Earth's atmosphere and the Wigneer homeworld's composition. "Can anyone tell me why different creatures might need different gases to breathe?" Sophia raised her hand. "Like how Wigneers have different breathing things because they're doctor, and it has different emisses." "Exactly," Mrs. Chambers nodded. "Different species evolve to survive in their specific environments." Noah absorbed these lessons with particular doctor, tourist, collecting information for his own project on Wigneer culture. Each day after school, he carefully documented facts from the approved educational materials made available through the Earth Evolutionary Study Initiative. Xena established her research headquarters at the North American Extraterrestrial Contact Facility, where engineers had constructed a specialized wing with atmospheric controls tailored to Wigneer physiology. The ambassador formally requested Noah's participation in weekly cultural exchange sessions. "I have concerns," Dr. Perry told Admiral Shaw during their security briefing. "The atmospheric differences alone create potential health risks, not to mention the psychological pressure of representing humanity to an alien species." "Your son has shown remarkable resilience," Shaw replied, "but the decision remains yours." When Dr. Perry raised these concerns with Noah, his son's response was immediate and certain. "Dad, Xena's my friend. I want to help." After establishing comprehensive medical monitoring protocols, Dr. Perry approved a limited visitation schedule. During the third such session, Noah proudly displayed his school-projected detailed poster board covered with drawings and facts about Wigneer culture. "This is where you come from," Noah explained, pointing to a slightly lopsided drawing of a planet. "And these are your spaceships." He indicated another drawing that resembled a cross between a starfish and a submarine. Xena examined the work with extended sensory appendages. "Your understanding contains inaccuracies." "Like what?" Noah asked, enthusiasm undimmed. "You indicate multiple juvenile education centers. Wigneer development occurs in centralized pods with specialized atmospheric conditions." Noah tilted his head. "Do Wigneer kids have friends at these pods?" Xena's translator hesitated, searching for appropriate terms. "Alliances form based on survival advantage. Competition eliminates the weak." "That sounds lonely," Noah said simply. Xena's mandibles clicked in a pattern Xerix recognized as contemplative. "Your observation is notable. Social isolation is not typically considered a developmental factor." "Do you have lots of Wigneer children in these pods?" Noah asked. The question triggered a visible shift in Xena's posture. Her exoskeleton flickered through subtle color variations before stabilizing. "Wigneer birth rates have declined for 6 centuries, she stated, revealing information classified at the highest levels of Wigneer security. Each generation produces fewer viable offspring despite technological intervention. Xerix froze, recording appendages locking in position at this unauthorized disclosure. The information was transmitted automatically to senior scientist Malia aboard the Empirical Truth. Malia's slender appendages moved with precision over the analytical interface as she processed this new data alongside her research on human developmental patterns. Her hypothesis crystallized. The harsh survival challenges imposed on Wigneer offspring triggered epigenetic responses that reduced fertility in surviving adults. "Computer, prioritize research query," Malia instructed. "Correlation analysis between nurturing parental behaviors and reproductive viability across species." The results prompted Malia to request immediate authorization from the Supreme Council to DRDY human parenting methods across cultures. The Council's response carried their highest priority designation, redirecting Dr. Source's previously allocated to military operations. Meanwhile, Xerix continued his observation duties at Pinewood Elementary. During a routine recess period, he documented an incident that challenged fundamental Wigner social models. A fifth-grade student attempted to take a smaller child's lunch. Without hesitation, Noah and 5 classmates formed a protective circle around the younger student. No teacher had intervened. No hierarchical command had been issued. The spontaneous cooperation directly contradicted Wigner predictions of individual survival behaviors. Xerix's exoskeleton displayed confusion patterns as he recorded increasingly detailed notes on human-child social structures. His reports focused particularly on how leadership emerged situationally rather than through combat dominance. 17 days into the scientific mission, Noah developed a severe respiratory infection that overwhelmed his asthma medications. Dr. Perry rushed him to Montana Regional Medical Center at 3:00 a.m. His son's labored breathing audible even over the ambulance sirens. Dr. Alexander Shaw, the hospital's chief pediatric pulmonologist, examined Noah with growing concern. "This isn't a standard asthma attack. It's a rare inflammatory condition affecting the bronchial pathways. We need to start Agar's doctor, treatment immediately." Xena, upon receiving notification of Noah's condition, invoked diplomatic privileges to visit the hospital, an unprecedented action that triggered security alerts throughout the facility. After 3 hours of consultations with medical ethics committees and diplomatic advisors, the hospital administrators permitted Xena limited access to Noah's treatment information, but not direct contact due to contamination risks. Standing in the hospital's administrative conference room, Xena made a decision that violated standard protocols. She transmitted Noah's complete medical data to the Wigner Medical Research Vessel Anatomical Precision. Chief Medical Officer Vila, her pale blue exoskeleton adapted for surgical precision, analyzed the human child's condition with specialized medical appendages. She identified a potential treatment utilizing modified compounds developed for Wigner respiratory support systems. The synthetic enzyme she prepared could theoretically reduce Noah's inflammation by targeting genetic factors human treatments couldn't address. Dr. Shaw initially reviewed the proposed treatment with professional skepticism. After consulting with doctor search institutions in Boston, Stockholm, and Tokyo, and securing emergency FDA authorization, he approved a modified version of Vila's treatment. As Noah received the combined human-Wigner medical intervention, High Commander Krex execute DRIS plan against the growing scientific cooperation. Extraction teams deployed to Wigner research outposts worldwide with orders to immediately remove all personnel. At the North American Extraterrestrial Contact Facility, 3 heavily armed Wigner soldiers entered Xena's atmospheric chamber, where human security forces couldn't easily follow. "By order of High Commander Krex, you will return to the Relentless immediately," Commander Vrex stated, presenting military authorization codes that overrode Xena's ambassadorial status. "You have 10 minutes to gather essential materials." Xena's diplomatic staff lined up behind her, forming a silent barrier between the ambassador and the military extraction team. The standoff created a moment of dangerous potential as 2 fundamentally different approaches to survival confronted each other directly. Dr. Perry's tablet chimed with an urgent medical update. Noah's condition had stabilized following the experimental treatment. The Wigner-derived compound had improved his lung function dramatically within hours of administration. As he read the report, Dr. Perry realized the critical juncture both species now faced returned to the familiar territory of isolation and potential conflict, or preserve the collaborative path that had already saved his son's life. At that precise moment, Xena's communication device emitted a sharp trio of tones, emergency broadcast signal from the Wigneer medical research vessel. Ambassador, priority transmission from Chief Medical Officer Vila aboard the Anatomical Precision, announced her aide, displaying the incoming data on the chamber's main screen. Commander Vrex paused the extraction counted, Doctor, his training requiring him to allow assessment of emergency communications regardless of mission parameters. Vila's image appeared, her pale blue exoskeleton gleaming under the specialized medical bay lighting. Ambassador Xena, analysis of the human child Noah's treatment results indicates unprecedented effectiveness. The synthetic enzyme has not only persisted his respiratory inflammation, but demonstrates 87% compatibility with the juvenile respiratory ailment affecting our central development pods. The chamber fell silent. Every Wigneer present understood the implications. Their species declined, Doctor. Birth rates were directly connected to the respiratory vulnerabilities that claimed nearly 40% of each hatching cycle. Transmitting complete molecular analysis now, Vila continued. Preliminary modeling suggests this could reduce juvenile mortality by 62% in the next hatching cycle. Commander Vrex's mandibles clicked rapidly, Wigneer equivalent of throat clearing. This complicates the extraction timeline. He stepped away from Xena, establishing private communication with his tactical team. Dr. Perry, who had just received the emergency notification about the extraction attempt, rushed into the nearest secured communications room at the hospital. His fingers flew across the terminal keyboard, establishing direct contact with Admiral Shaw. Admiral, they're trying to remove Xena by force, he reported, voice tight with urgency. But there's critical information they don't have. Noah's treatment represents a breakthrough for Wigneer juvenile respiratory disease. Shaw's expression remained calculatedly neutral. I'm aware of the situation, Doctor. Are you proposing a course of action? Release everything, Doctor. Perry said without hesitation. Noah's complete treatment protocol, all our research data transmitted to every Wigneer research vessel simultaneously. DREY need to understand this isn't something they DRN suppress by removing Xena. Shaw nodded once. Implementing Strategic Information Protocol Echo 7. Within minutes, data packets containing Noah's complete treatment records, research notes, and medical outcomes streamed to all 17 Wigneer research vessels in Earth's DRIT. The transmission included no demands, no conditions, just raw scientific data offered freely. Aboard the Empirical Truth, senior scientist Malia's appendages trembled as she processed the incoming information. Her personal research into human developmental patterns had already suggested connections between nurturing behaviors and genetic expression, but this medical DRA provided concrete evidence. Without hesitation, she transmitted her preliminary analysis directly to the Science Council, bypassing normal research validation protocols. Honorable Council members, human medical collaboration has produced a viable treatment for juvenile respiratory syndrome, supporting documentation attached, verification requested at highest priority. In Montana Regional Medical Center, Noah opened his eyes to find Dr. Shaw checking his vital signs. The medicine's working, Dr. Shaw said with a smile. Your lung function has improved 30% since yesterday. Noah took an experimental deep breath, feeling the absence of the burning tightness that had constricted his chest. That alien medicine is awesome. Can I talk to Xena? I want to say thank you. Dr. Shaw frowned. I'm not sure that's medically advisable. Your immune system is still compromised, and please, Noah interrupted. I just want to talk to her on the computer or something. Dad says it's important to Doctor, thank you when someone helps you. A nurse monitoring Noah's vital signs noted an immediate spike in stress indicators. "Doctor, his cortisol levels are rising." Dr. Shaw studied the readouts, weighing medical caution against psychological impact. "Let me see what we can arrange." But only a brief conversation and through a sealed system. The medical team spent 40 minutes establishing enhanced sterilization protocols and creating an isolated communication link. When the connection finally activated, Noah was propped up in bed, his dark hair tousled against the pillows, face thin but alert. "Hi, Xena," he said, waving at the screen. "I wanted to tell you thank you for the alien medicine. The doctor said it's helping me breathe way better." The timing of Noah's transmission could not have been more significant. It arrived precisely as Commander Vrex's ultimatum expired, displaying on the main communication screen of Xena's chamber where both the extraction team and facility personnel could witness it. Xena's exoskeleton shifted through subtle color pattern surprise, conflict, and finally resolution. "Noah, your recovery is proceeding at expected parameters. Yeah, Dr. Shaw says I might get to go home soon. When I'm better, can we still do our meetings? I have more questions about your planet." Commander Vrex stepped closer to the screen, examining the human child with analytical intensity. His mandibles clicked in a pattern indicating internal conflict. After 17 seconds of Silencian eternity in Wigneer communication, Timming activated his command channel. "High Command, requesting clarification of extraction parameters in light of new medical data. The human child receiving experimental treatment has established direct communication with Ambassador Xena." On the lunar base, High Commander Krex's exoskeleton darkened to deep crimson as reports flooded in from across Earth. 17 ship captains had formally requested verification of his extraction order, citing potential violation of Supreme Council scientific priorities. 5 extraction teams reported similar resistance, with Wigneer scientists refusing to abandon their research stations. His authority was unraveling. Worse, the human approach defied all Wigneer strategic models. Instead of leveraging the medical breakthrough as a negotiation tool, had freely distributed the information to all Wigneer vessels. This fundamentally altruistic action had no place in Wigneer evolutionary theory. Krex's adjutant approached cautiously. "Sir, incoming transmission from the Supreme Council. Priority designation, Civilization Alpha." The Supreme Council rarely issued Civilization Priority Directive Essenly 11 had been recorded in Wigneer history. Each marked a pivotal moment that altered their species' trajectory. The directive appeared on Krex's command screen, its implications unmistakable. All scientific cooperation with humans was to be protected under Supreme Council authority. Furthermore, Krex himself was removed from command of Earth operations, his failure to adapt to new evidence, cited as violation of rational progression principles. Krex stared at the directive, mandibles frozen in disbelief. Then he locked the command center doors. "This transmission has been compromised," he announced to his officers. "Communication delays have allowed human interference with authentication protocols. Maintain current operational status." In Montana, Noah's condition continued to improve at a rate that astonished his medical team. Dr. Shaw documented each measurement, sharing the data with Dr. Oth Human Research Institutions and Wigneer medical teams. His pulmonary function tests show improvement rates 52% faster than our best conventional treatments, he told the joint research team assembled via secure video conference. "We're seeing tissue regeneration patterns that were previously only theoretical." Chief Medical Officer Vila's image nodded on the screen. "We have established a dedicated research unit to refine the treatment protocol for both species. 27 Wigneer medical specialists have volunteered already." At the North American Extraterrestrial Contact Facility, Commander Vrex stood before Xena, his posture rigid with ceremonial formality. Ambassador, I formally request reassignment of myself and my team to Protection Detail for the Joint Medical Research Initiative. The request effectively desertion from his original mission left Xena's staff clicking in astonishment. Such a breach of military protocol was unprecedented. Vrex continued, his voice modulator set to formal registry. I have received my offspring's medical records from Central Development Pod 7. The juvenile presents with respiratory syndrome comparable to the human child's condition. Dr. Perry, documenting these rapidly unfolding events, recognized the pattern forming. Each collaborative success further destabilized Krex's military doctrine while strengthening Xena's position. More significantly, individual Wigneers were making choices based on family benefit rather than military hierarchy, a fundamental shift in their societal structure. On the lunar base, Krex received news of Vrex's defection with cold fury. His direct neural interface with the command systems pulsed with his accelerating biological responses. He initiated his contingency plan, sending coded commands to 5 warships under his direct control. Target Earth research facilities, he ordered. Primary target, Montana Regional Medical Center. Targeting systems locked onto the hospital where Noah was preparing for discharge. His condition stabilized enough for home recovery. Earth's orbital defense platforms detected the weapons lock immediately, automated systems preparing countermeasures. Admiral Shaw, monitoring the situation from Strategic Command, made a decision that contradicted every conventional military response protocol. He transmitted the stand-on code to all Earth defense systems, then opened an unfiltered communication channel to the Wigneer fleet. Attention Wigneer vessels, we acknowledge your targeting system's activation. We are implementing complete defensive shutdown while providing unrestricted access to all human scientific and cultural databases. Our Doctor, Vant to child development and medical care. Transmission commencing. The tactical officers aboard Krex's warships faced an unprecedented scenario. Their targeting systems remained locked on Earth facilities, but there was no defensive response. An incoming flood of beneficial scientific information. Weapons hot, awaiting fire authorization, reported the tactical officer on the lead vessel. Request clarification of engagement protocols for non-resistant targets providing scientific data. The Supreme Council, monitoring the deteriorating situation, activated their final contingency measure. Senior Enforcer Drax, his massive form encased in specialized battle modifications, boarded a stealth transport bound DRR the lunar facility. As Noah's father helped him gather his belongings for hospital discharge, the boy remained blissful. Doctor, why unaware of his central role in the interspecies crisis? He focused on simple recovery goals as hospital security quietly implemented enhanced protective measures along their planned route home. Dad, when can I doctor back to school? Noah asked, carefully placing his inhaler in his backpack. And when can I talk to Xena again? I have a bunch of new questions about space. Dr. Perry smiled at his son, the weight of knowledge heavy on his shoulders. Let's focus on getting you home first, one step at a time. Outside the hospital window, a formation of unmarked vehicles moved into position, their presence betrayed only by the slight shimmer of advanced protective fields activating around the building. Noah took a intuitive breath of fresh air as his doctor. There opened the car door. 3 days had passed since his discharge from Montana Regional Medical Center, and Dr. Perry had transformed their living room into a recovery sanctuary. Medical monitors blended discreetly into the familiar surroundings, positioned near Noah's favorite couch where colorful blankets and a stack of books awaited. How's that feel? Dr. Perry asked, placing a hand on Noah's shoulder. Better, not so tight anymore. Noah patted his chest and managed a small smile. Dr. Perry nodded, surveying his son's color. The dark circles beneath Noah's eyes had lightened, and his breathing, while still shallow, showed none of the distressed patterns that had haunted their hospital vigil. In the kitchen, Dr. Perry arranged Noah's new medication regimen. The Wigneer-derived treatment came in translucent cyan capsules, their interior swirling with microscopic delivery mechanisms far beyond Earth's pharmaceutical capabilities. He documented each dose meticulously in a digital journal, noting time, physical markers, and Noah's subjective responses. Oxygen saturation improved 4% since yesterday, he muttered, entering the data on a secure tablet. Respiratory rate stabilizing. Each night after Noah slept, Dr. Perry transmitted these detailed metrics to Dr. Shaw at Montana Regional and Chief Medical Officer Vila aboard the Anatomical Precision. The growing dataset represented the first comprehensive human case study for the Joint Medical Initiative. While Noah rested, events beyond Earth continued unfolding. On the lunar base, fluorescent emergency lighting cast bizarre shadows across the command center corridor as Senior Enforcer Drax approached with 12 elite specialists. Their exoskeletons darker and more angular than standard Wigneer configurations absorbed rather than reflected light. Containment protocol authorized by Supreme Council directive, Drax announced through external speakers. Command override sequence 973 Alpha Epsilon. The security barriers disengaged immediately. Most of Krex's officers stepped aside, their postures shifting to formal submission stance as Drax's team advanced. Only the inner command pod remained sealed, Krex and 7 loyal officers maintaining neural connection to the warship still targeting Earth facilities. High Commander, you are relieved of authority, Drax transmitted through all command channels. Disengage neural interfaces and surrender the command pod. No response came, but power fluctuations rippled through the targeting systems of the 5 warships. The neural connections were degrading Krex's stability. In the Pentagon's Strategic Command Center, Admiral Shaw monitored these developments on multiple holographic displays. Military leaders from 17 nations stood in silent observation as he outlined Earth's response strategy. We maintain defensive shutdown. Shaw pointed to the deactivated defense grid. Any counter-aggression could trigger Krex's attack protocols. He gestured to a lunar orbital map where 3 unmarked signatures appeared behind the moon's far side. Deep space vessels Hyperion, Calliope, and Artemis are in position with specialized EMP devices. These target Wigneer neural interfaces without permanent damage to ship systems. Chinese General Lin Zhao nodded. Precision intervention, elegant solution. Shaw's expression remained grim. We must time deployment perfectly. One miscalculation could escalate to planetary engagement. Back at the Perry residence, Noah sat propped on his living room couch, connected via video call to his class of Mrs. 6 children from Mrs. Chambers' 3rd grade class crowded the screen, their faces brig Mrs. NG at seeing their friend. Mrs. Chambers says you don't have to do the math test until you come back, said Sophia, her dark braids bouncing as she spoke. But we sent you our science notes, Michael added, holding up a folder. We did experiments about air pressure. Noah nodded. Thanks, my dad's helping me keep up. He glanced toward the window where an unmarked security vehicle maintained position, its presence unnoticed by the children on either end of the call. The conversation shifted as Michael leaned closer to the camera. Xena asked about you yesterday. She's starting a whole new research thing. Really? Noah sat straighter, ignoring the slight tightness in his chest. Commander Vrex is there too, Sophia added. He looks different now, less scary. At the North American Extraterrestrial Contact Facility, that same Commander Vrex observed a training demonstration of non-lethal containment techniques. The exercise involved both human security specialists and 6 members of his former extraction team. Application of pressure here, the human instructor demonstrated on a Wigneer volunteer, creates temporary nervous system disruption without permanent damage. Vrex attempted the motion, carefully modulating his greater strength. The technique requires precise control. Precision over power, the instructor confirmed. Your species' natural strength advantage must be calibrated for human physiological thresholds. Across the facility, Ambassador Xena reviewed organizational charts with her newly appointed leadership team. Valia and Terrace their exoskeletons bearing the subtle color patterns, identifying them as femaleximined proposed research structures. The Cultural Integration Research Division requires unprecedented interdisciplinary coordination, Xena noted. Traditional hierarchical structures would impede information flow. We propose team-based cellular organization. Valia indicated a network diagram. Each research unit self-governs within established parameters, similar to human university research models. This represents significant deviation from standard Wigner operational protocols, Terrace added, her appendages shifting in what humans would recognize as concern. Deviation is our mandate, Xena replied simply. 4 days into Noah's recovery, the lunar standoff reached critical phase. 2 officers connected to Krex's neural network suddenly convulsed, their biological systems overwhelmed by deteriorating interface connections. "Medical emergency," shouted one of the remaining loyal officers. "Neural feedback seizures." Krex hesitated, biological imperative warring with tactical objectives. 7 seconds passed before he disengaged targeting controls to allow medical intervention. Senior Enforcer Drax acted immediately. "Launch disruptors now." Specialized drones, no larger than human palms deployed through ventilation shafts, emitting precisely calibrated electromagnetic pulses. The neural interface equipment sparked briefly before shutting down. Krex collapsed mid-command, his massive form crumpling as neural connections severed. His officers similarly fell unconscious, biological systems overwhelmed by the SDREN disconnection. Drax's team surged forward, securing the command center without firing a single weapon. In space, the 5 warships drifted momentarily before reorienting. Their targeting systems powered down as automated protocols engaged, Mav Doctor, them away from Earth into defensive holding patterns. "Warships returning to standard positioning," reported a tactical officer at Strategic Command. "Weapons systems powering down to non-combat levels." Admiral Shaw watched the holographic display as red threat indicators shifted to amber, then green. "Maintain observation. Verify power signatures on all vessels." That afternoon, Noah received his first visitors at home. Michael and Sophia arrived carrying a large endoctorope filled with handmade cards. "The whole class made them," Sophia explained as Noah carefully examined each one. Michael pulled a small device from his pocket, a sleek oval with subtle Wigner design patterns. "Xena gave us these so we can talk to our research partners whenever we want." Noah examined the communication device with fascination. "How does it work?" "You just think about who you want to talk to." Michael demonstrated by closing his eyes briefly. The device illuminated with soft blue light. "My partner's name is Krell. He studies how kids learn stuff." "Doctor." Perry observed from the kitchen doorway, noting how Noah's vital signs on the doctor. RBY monitor remained stable despite the excitement. The specialized equipment detected no concerning changes in respiratory patterns or stress indicators. Later that evening, Dr. Perry compiled his latest observations into a comprehensive report. Beyond Noah's treatment metrics, he documented neurochemical changes in Wigner researchers who maintained regular contact with humans. Preliminary analysis suggests increased production of oxytocin-equivalent compounds previously believed underdeveloped in Wigner physiology, he typed. These Bondiarg hormones show activity patterns remarkably similar to human responses during cooperative social interaction. Dr. Perry paused, considering the implications of his findings. The evidence suggests Wigneer cooperative capabilities weren't genetically absent but culturally suppressed. Their evolutionary development included social bonding mechanisms similar to humans, but military doctrine emphasized competitive rather than collaborative advantages. He titled the document Comparative Social Neurochemistry in Human Wigneer Interactions, and transmitted it to both Earth scientific authorities and the Wigneer research vessels. By the 10th day, Noah's recovery had progressed beyond all projections. His lung capacity reached 87% of pre-infection levels, and Dr. Shaw granted limited clearance for public activities with appropriate respiratory protection. "Can I really visit Xena tomorrow?" Noah asked, barely containing his excitement as he packed his backpack that evening. Dr. Perry nodded. 2 hours maximum with breaks if you need them. The facility has implemented Spec Doctor, atmospheric controls for your visit. Noah carefully placed his inhaler in the front pocket of his backpack, then added a notebook filled with questions. "Dad, do you think the new Wigneer scientists will talk to me too?" "I'm certain they will," Dr. Perry replied. "Senior scientist Malia specifically requested to meet you." Outside, security personnel verified perimeter sends Doctor, as the unmarked vehicles repositioned for morning transport. Commander Vrex's team had already coordinated the route security with military units, creating overlapping protection zones that would remind Doctor, invisible to Noah throughout the journey. Noah stared out his bedroom window at the starlit sky, unaware of the 7 additional research vessels now approaching Earth orbit. He took a deep breath, deeper than had been possible in weeks, and smiled at the absence of pain. Doctor. His sternum no longer ached with each inhale, and the concerning crackle that had accompanied his breathing for weeks had subsided to an occasional soft whisper. Morning sunlight streamed through his bedroom window. Noah had set his alarm 30 minutes early to prepare for the day ahead, his first trip to the North American Extraterrestrial Contact Facility since being hospitalized. He'd barely slept, his mind racing with questions he wanted to ask the Wigneer researchers. "Temperature's normal, Doctor," Perry noted, studying the medical tablet as Noah sat on the edge of his bed. "Oxygen saturation at 89%, Doctor, of baseline." Noah held still while his father pressed a specialized stethoscope against his back. The device, incorporating Wigneer sensor technology, displayed real-time visual Doctor, Tian of air movement through his lungs. "Bronchial passages still show mild inflammation, Doctor," Perry continued, "but significantly reduced from last week. The new medication is working exactly as designed." Noah pointed to the breathing apparatus on his nightstand. "Do I have to wear the full mask today?" Dr. Perry shook his head. "We can use the modified nasal Dr. Nula. It's less restrictive but still delivers the supplemental support you need." Noah grinned. The lighter apparatus meant he could talk more easily with Xena and Dr. Other Wigneers. "Your backpack is ready by the door," Dr. Perry said. "We leave in 20 minutes. Downstairs, Noah checked his backpack's contents. Inhaler in the front pocket, notebook filled with questions about Wigneer education, and the specialized communication device Michael had shown him. He zipped everything securely and moved the window. The morning sky stretched clear and blue above their home. In the driveway, a sleek black transport vehicle hummed quietly, its engine already warming. 2 unmarked security cars doctorined themselves at intervals along the street, visible to Noah only because his father had pointed them out days earlier. At precisely 9:30 a.m., Noah and Dr. Perry stepped outside. The transport's door slid open automatically, revealing an interior outfitted with medical monitoring equipment and enhanced air filtration systems. "Good morning, Dr. Perry." "Noah." The driver nodded professionally. "All systems are operational and our route has been secured." Noah settled into his seat, breathing easier as the vehicle's atmospheric controls adjusted to optimal parameters. Through the tinted windows, he noticed a familiar exoskeleton moving between the security vehicles. "Is that Commander Vrex?" Noah asked, pointing. Dr. Perry nodded. "He personally coordinated security for today's visit. I thought he'd be at the facility already." He insisted on overseeing the entire transport operation. Dr. Perry attached a small sensor to Noah's wrist. "The commander has taken a particular doctor. Rest in your safety." The transport pulled away from the house, following a precisely planned route. Noah watched the suburban landscape transition to commercial districts, then to the secured government zone surrounding the facility. Throughout the journey, Dr. Perry monitored the vital sign display, noting with satisfaction that Noah's respiration remained steady despite obvious doctor, excitement. "Your breathing actually improves DREN. You're engaged and curious," Dr. Perry observed. "The correlation between positive mental stimulation and respiratory efficiency is quite remarkable." Noah barely heard him, focusing instead on his first glimpse of the facility as they approached the My Doctor entrance. The imposing security checkpoint he remembered had transformed. Human guards now stood alongside Wigneer personnel, their movements synchronized in coordinated patrol patterns. The transport slowed to a stop at the main entrance. Commander Vrex approached as the door opened, his exoskeleton displaying subtle blue-green doctor patterns along the lateral plates. "The facility is secured for your visit," Vrex announced, his translation device rendering his words in precisely modulated English. "I have positioned my most experienced guards at all access points." Noah noticed differences in Vrex's demeanor, his posture less rigid, his sensory appendages angled forward in what Noah had learned indicated attentiveness rather than threat assessment. "Thank you, Commander," Dr. Perry said as they exited the vehicle. The facility's atrium had undergone significant changes. Where military personnel had once dominated the space, Noah now saw scientists from various nations working alongside Wigneer researchers. A large display dominated the central wall, showing the molecular structure of a synthetic enzyme. Noah recognized it from his treatment regimen. "Noah, Dr. Perry, welcome." Dr. Marcus Wilson approached them, extending his hand to Dr. Perry before smiling down at Noah. "We've been looking forward to your visit. Is Xena here?" Noah asked immediately. Dr. Wilson nodded. "The ambassador is waiting for you in the observation gallery. She's quite eager to show you our newest research initiative." They followed Dr. Wilson through corridors Noah hadn't seen during his previous visit. Through transparent barriers, Noah glimpsed laboratories where human and Wigneer scientists worked side by side, separated only by atmospheric control systems that maintained different environmental conditions. "We've prepared a special observation gallery for you," Dr. Wilson explained as they approached a sealed doorway. "It maintains optimal atmospheric conditions while providing views of our primary research areas." The door slid open to reveal a circular room with panoramic windows. Standing near the center were two Wigneerson immediately recognizable as Xena, the other taller with pale shell coloration Noah hadn't seen before. "Noah," Xena stepped forward, her translator rendering her voice with what Noah perceived as genuine warmth. "Your recovery progresses well. This is favorable." "Hi, Xena," Noah smiled. "I feel much better." The taller Wigneer moved closer, sensory appendages orienting toward Noah with focused attention. "This is Senior Scientist Malia," Xena introduced. "She oversees our new developmental research initiative." "I am pleased to meet you, Noah Perry," Malia said, her translation device producing more formal linguistic patterns than Xena's. "Your contribution to our medical understanding has proven invaluable." Noah blushed slightly at the formal AC Dr. W. Ledgman. "I just shared my inhaler." "Simple actions often yield complex outcomes," Malia responded. "Please observe our current research." Malia guided Noah to the largest window, Below, in a specially designed chamber, 6 human children worked alongside 4 smaller Wigneers on what appeared to be puzzle structures. Noah immediately recognized Dr. Kale and Sophia among the human children. "Are those Wigneer kids?" Noah asked, fascinated by the differences between the juvenile Wigneers and the adults he'd met. Their exoskeletons appeared more flexible, with less pronounced armor plating and brighter color patterns. "Yes," Malia confirmed. "They are the first juvenile Dr. Nears permitted off-world. The Supreme Council authorized their participation-specific DRY for this research program." Noah watched the young Wigneers with fascination. They moved differently than the adults, their motions more fluid, less regimented. One particularly caught his attention, a female with distinctive pale green markings, who seemed to struggle slightly with her breathing when moving quickly between activities. "That one," Noah pointed. "She breathes like I do when my asthma acts up." Malia exchanged a look with Xena before responding. "Her name is Talia. She experiences respiratory complications similar to your condition. She's Commander Vrex's offspring," Xena added. Noah's eyes widened. "Commander Vrex has a daughter?" "Yes. He specifically requested her inclusion in the research program after learning about your successful treatment," Dr. Wilson explained. "Her respiratory condition closely resembles your asthma." Noah studied Talia more carefully. Her breathing pattern was indeed familiar, the subtle hesitation before exertion, the slight tremor in her upper body as she tried to regulate air intake during more active tasks. "She's doing it wrong," Noah said suddenly. "The breathing technique." Dr. Wilson leaned forward. "What do you mean?" "When she gets ready to move fast, she takes one big breath and holds it," Noah explained. "That makes it worse. I used to do that too." Noah demonstrated the difference, showing how he prepared for exertion with a series of measured breaths rather than a single large one. "Could you show her?" Dr. Wilson asked. "We can establish communication with the research chamber." Noah nodded. "Doctor, why?" Dr. Wilson activated a console, creating a direct link to the chamber below. The researcher spoke briefly with a colleague, who then approached Talia with a communication device. Moments later, Talia looked up toward the observation window. Noah waved, then began demonstrating his breathing technique. He showed the pattern slowly, exaggerating the movement so she could clearly see the rhythm. Talia watched intently, her sensory appendages fully extended toward Noah. After his third demonstration, she attempted to replicate the pattern. Her first attempt was imperfect, but by the third try, she had captured the essential rhythm. When the next physical task began, Talia implemented Noah's technique. The improvement was immediately noticeable. Her movements became smoother, her coordination more precise. Respiratory efficiency increased by 23%, Malia noted, monitoring data on a nearby display. "Doctor, significant improvement from such a simple adjustment." Xena's appendages shifted in what Noah now recognized as excitement. This spontaneous knowledge transfer between juvenile subjects represents unprecedented cooperation potential. DRLE, the adults discussed the implications. Noah continued watching Talia. She completed the task successfully, then looked up at the observation window and raised one appendage in what Noah interpreted as acknowledgement. He smiled and raised his hand in return. "Noah," a new voice called from the doorway, "I am pleased to meet you formally." Noah turned to see a Wigneer with distinctive medical markings entering the gallery. Dr. Perry straightened immediately. "Chief Medical Officer Vela," he acknowledged. Vela approached Noah directly. "Your treatment protocol has been adapted successfully for 27 human children with similar respiratory conditions across 9 countries. The medical officer extended a small device toward Noah. It resembled his inhaler but incorporated unmistakable elements of Wigneer technology. This prototype adapts to changing respiratory needs more effectively than traditional human inhalers, Vela explained. It represents the first collaborative medical device developed through our joint research. Noah accepted the device carefully. Can it help Talia too? Modified versions have already shown promising results for 14 young Wigneers, including Talia, Vila confirmed. Your contribution to medical science benefits both species. Before Noah could respond, the gallery's communication system acted Dr. Ed. Dr. Wilson straightened as he recognized the transmission signature. Direct communication from the Supreme Council, he announced, his voice betraying surprise. The main display activated, showing formal Wigneer script alongside English translation. Dr. Perry read the message silently, his expression shifting from surprise to profound satisfaction. The Perry Initiative, he explained to Noah. They're naming a collaborative Dr. Arch program after us. Noah stared at the display, not fully comprehending the significance but understanding from the adults' reactions that something important had happened. High Commander Krex has been permanently removed from authority over Earth operations, Xena translated further. Scientific research now takes priority over military assessment. While the adults discussed this development, Noah's attention returned to the chamber below. An idea formed in his mind. Could I talk to them again? He asked, interrupting the adults' conversation. Not just today, but regularly. Maybe we could do video calls like I do with my classmates. Senior scientist Malia tilted her head, sensory appendages shifting rapidly as she considered the suggestion. Regular communication between human and Wigneer children. The research applications would be significant. We could learn from each other, Noah added. Not just about breathing techniques, but everything. I will authorize development of appropriate communication protocols, Malia decided, with proper monitoring for scientific documentation and security purposes. As their scheduled visit time neared its conclusion, Dr. Shaw connected remotely through the facility's medical systems to review Noah's vital signs. Respiratory function has remained stable throughout the visit, the doctor confirmed. I'm approving a gradual expansion of activities over the coming weeks, including regular visits to the facility as part of your recovery program. Noah couldn't contain his smile. So I can come back. You'll be an active participant in the research initiative, Dr. Perry confirmed. Balancing your health considerations with scientific opportunities. As they prepared to leave, Commander Vrex appeared at the gallery entrance. Your transport is ready for departure. Noah noticed the commander's exoskeleton displayed protective coloration patterns different from his usual military configuration. Vrex led them through the facility toward the exit, positioning himself slightly ahead of Noah as they moved through busier areas. Commander, Noah said as they approached the transport vehicle, thank you for bringing DRIA here. I hope my breathing technique helps her. Vrex's translator hesitated momentarily before rendering his response. Your assistance to my offspring is appreciated. Perhaps during your next visit, you could demonstrate additional management techniques. Noah nodded eagerly. I'd lead Doctor that. As they settled into the transport, Noah looked back at the facility through the tinted windows. The building that had once seemed so alien and intimidating now represented something entirely different, a place of discovery and connection. The vehicle pulled away, beginning the journey home. Noah's mind filled with questions for his next visit, his fingers already opening his notebook to add new ideas. Behind them, Commander Vrex watched the transport until it disappeared from view, his stance shifting subtly as he returned to his security duties. Inside the facility, Xena composed her official report to the Supreme Council, documenting the day's unprecedented interactions. On her display, she included footage of Noah demonstrating breathing techniques to taliasimple human kindness, transcending species boundaries once again. Noah closed his notebook as the transport pulled into his driveway. 3 weeks had passed since that first visit to the facility, and his life had transformed in ways he could never have imagined. Your oxygen saturation is 94%, announced the sleek device strapped to his wrist. The specialized monitor designed by Chief Medical Officer Vila had become as familiar to him as his old inhaler. Respiratory efficiency optimal for current activity level. Noah glanced at the readings and smiled. Dr. Shaw had confirmed that morning that his recovery had progressed enough for him to return to Pinewood Elementary next week. The news had sent a thrill of excitement through him, not just for the return to normal life, but for the opportunities it presented. "Mom," he called, entering the kitchen where Dr. Perry W. Mrs. Eviewing research data. "Can I show Mrs. Chambers how to set up the video link before Monday? I want everything ready for our first class session with the Wigneer kids." His mother looked up from her tablet. "I spoke with her this morning. She's arranged lab time tomorrow afternoon for us to configure the Claw Doctor system." Noah nodded, already mentally preparing for the session. What had begun as his simple suggestion had evolved into Mrs. Structured bi-weekly exchange P-Dr. Ram between Mrs. Chambers' third-grade class and a growing group of young Wigneers at the research facility. "Talia sent you a message," his father said, sliding a tablet across the counter. "It came through the official communication channel about an hour ago." Noah activated the screen to see Talia's recorded message. Her improved breathing was immediately evident as she demonstrated a modified physical training exercise she had developed. "This adaptation permits participation without respiratory distress," Talia explained, her translator rendering her clicks and whistles into precise English. "I implemented your suggestion about modification rather than exemption. 17 juvenile participants with similar conditions now engage in physical development protocols previously inaccessible to them." Noah grinned at the screen. Despite their obvious physical Dr. and says, he and Talia had discovered numerous shared experiences over the past weeks. Their conversations had quickly moved beyond breathing techniques to broader discussions about navigating life with a chronic condition. "Can I record a response?" Noah asked. His father nodded. "The secure channel remains open for another 12 minutes before the scheduled transmission window closes." Noah positioned himself in front of the tablet's camera and began explaining his own adaptations for physical education class. He demonstrated modified running techniques and breathing exercises specifically designed for active play. "Dr. Shaw says I'll be back at school next week," he concluded. "I'll send you videos of how our PE teacher adapts activities for me." As Noah's message transmitted to the facility, Dr. Perry received an incoming notification on his primary communication device. "The 17th Research Center has been approved," he announced, scanning the message. The Perry Initiative now has operational facilities on every continent except Antarctica. Noah still found it strange hearing their family name attached to the massive international program. The specialized inhaler he'd shared with Xena had triggered a cascade of cooperation that extended far beyond respiratory medicine. Senior scientist Malia reports significant progress with the neurochemical enhancement supplement, his mother added, reviewing her own updates. 7 to 4 Wigneer researchers volunteered for the initial trial. Brain scans show increased activity in social bonding regions after just 2 weeks. Noah remembered the tall, pale-shouldered Wigneer from his visit. "What does that mean exactly, Doctor?" Perry considered how to explain. Wigneers have biological pathways similar to those that allow humans to feel empathy, but their social structures have suppressed these natural tendencies. The supplement helps activate those pathways. "So it helps them understand how we feel?" Noah asked. "More than that," his mother clarified. "It potentially allows them to experience empathetic responses, themselves something previously thought impossible for their species." The significance of this breakthrough wasn't lost on Noah, even at his young age. Creating biological bridges between species seemed even more important than the technological ones. The next morning brought news that breathe-freeze modified respiratory treatment developed from Noah's case had received emergency approval for human pediatric use in 27 countries. The treatment showed remarkable effectiveness in children with severe asthma. Talia was among the first 50 young Wigneers to receive the full treatment protocol, his father told him over breakfast. Commander Vrex reported her respiratory efficiency has improved by 36%. Noah felt a surge of pride knowing that his condition had somehow helped both human and Wigneer children. The thought carried him through the afternoon as he accompanied his mother to Pinewood Mrs. Mentry to help set up Mrs. Communication system for Mrs. Chambers' classroom. Noah, Mrs. Chambers greeted him warmly. The class can't wait to see you on Monday. They have so many questions about your Wigneer friends. I've prepared some introduction activities, Noah replied, pulling out his notebook. I thought we could start with simple mathematics challenges that both species can approach differently. Talia explained how Wigneers visualize number relati misses, IPS using spatial patterns instead of linear sequences like we do. Mrs. Chambers raised an eyebrow, impressed by Noah's preparation. I see you've given this considerable thought. As Noah helped connect the specialized communication equipment, he noticed a small television in the corner of the classroom displaying news footage of protesters gathered outside what appears misses to be a research facility. What's that? He asked, pointing to the screen. Mrs. Chambers glanced at the television and frowned slightly. Some people are concerned about our work with the Wigneers. They call themselves the Earth Purity Movement. Noah watched as the camera panned across protest signs with slogans like Earth for Humans and Protect Our Children from Alien Influence. Mrs. Don't understand, Noah said quietly. Many people fear what they don't understand, Mrs. Chambers replied. That's why what you're doing is so important. These video sessions will help children from both worlds learn about each other without fear. The testing of the communication system went smoothly, and by late afternoon, they had established a clear connection with the research facility. Xena's familiar form appeared on the classroom's main display screen. Noah Perry. Your school environment appears suitable for knowledge exchange, she observed, her translator conveying what Noah now recognized as enthusiasm. 23 juvenile Wigneers have been approved for participation in the educational program. 23, Noah exclaimed. There were only 4 when I visited. The Supreme Council has expanded the juvenile contingent significantly, Xena confirmed. Construction of specialized residential facilities adjacent to the primary research center has been completed to accommodate them. As they finalized the technical details for Monday's first official class session, Noah noticed changing weather patterns through the classroom window. Gray clouds had gathered on the horizon, and the temperature had dropped noticeably since morning. Weather advisory update, announced the school's emergency system. Early winter storm warning issued for all counties surrounding the North American Extraterrestrial Contact Facility. Unexpected blizzard conditions developing with projected temperatures of -27 degrees Fahrenheit and snow accumulation exceeding 4 feet in outlying areas. Mrs. Chambers frowned at the announcement. That's unusually severe for November. On the communication screen, Xena turned to consult with another Wigneer before addressing them again. This weather phenomenon presents significant challenges. Juvenile Wigneer physiology responds poorly to extreme cold conditions. Contingency protocols are being implemented. Noah thought about the 23 young Wigneers now living at the facility, children who had never experienced Earth winter, let alone a severe blizzard. Will they be okay? He asked. Additional environmental control systems are being active at Dr. Xena assured him, though Noah detected concern in her posture. Commander Vrex is coordinating security measures. As they concluded the communication session, Noah couldn't shake his worry about the Wigneer children facing their first Earth winter under such extreme circumstances. Outside, the first snowflakes had begun to fall, delicate white crystals that belied the severity of the approaching storm. "We should head home," Dr. Perry said, appearing at the classroom doorway. "The Weather Service has upgraded the storm warning. We need to prepare for possible power outages." Noah gathered his materials, his mind still on the Wigneer children. "Dad, what happens to Wigneers in the cold?" His father's expression grew serious. "Their exoskeletons don't provide adequate insulation against severe cold. Their respiratory systems are particularly vulnerable to temp doctor, your drops." As they drove home through the intensifying snowfall, Noah watched the white landscape taking shape around them. The serene beauty of the snow-covered Montana countryside contrasted sharply with his growing concern for his new friends. The protest camps, Noah suddenly realized. What about the Earth Purity people camping near the facility? They'll be caught in the blizzard too. Dr. Perry nodded grimly. Admiral Shaw has implemented emergency protocols. They're attempting to evacuate both the research facilities and the protest encampments before the worst of the storm hits. The snow fell more heavily now, reducing visibility as their car carefully navigated the increasingly treacherous roads. Noah's breathing device beeped softly, adjusting to the changing barometric pressure. "Incoming priority communication," announced Dr. Perry's secure phone. "Admiral Shaw requests immediate consultation regarding cold weather accommodation for juvenile Wigneer subjects." As they pulled into their driveway, Noah could see the storm front advancing across the valley, dark clouds promising one of the most severe winter events in decades. The specialized breathing device on his wrist continued its steady monitoring as he took measured breaths of the increasingly cold air. "Mom," Noah said as they hurried inside, "we need to help them." "Mom," Noah said as they hurried inside, "we need to help the Wigneers at the facility. They're not built for this kind of cold." His mother's fingers flew across her tablet as they shed their snow-covered coats. "I'm already on it. Your father and I are connecting with the emergency response team." Within minutes, their living room transformed into an impromptu command center. Dr. Perry established a secure connection with the research facility while Noah's mother coordinated with Admiral Shaw. Noah sat cross-legged on the floor, his breathing device occasionally beeping as he listened to the rapid exchange of information. "Temperature readings are dropping faster than predicted," reported a technician from the facility. -35 and still falling in outlying areas. Snow accumulation already exceeds 5 feet near the perimeter. Commander Vrex's rigid posture filled the screen. Juvenile quarters reporting environmental regulation failures in sections 7 through 12. Emergency protocols activated but insufficient. Noah's father leaned forward, his expression grave. The facility wasn't designed for these temperature extremes. The atmospheric composition controls work perfectly, but the thermal regulation systems can't compensate for this weather anomaly. "Backup generators are maintaining life support," Xena added, her translator conveying urgency through clipped sentences. "Heating capacity inadequate for juvenile wing." Noah watched as medical readouts appeared on a secondary screen. His eyes widened when he recognized Talia's identification marker. Her vital signs fluctuated wildly, numbers flashing red. 17 juveniles showing critical thermal stress, announced Chief Medical Officer Vila. Talia among the most severe cases. Her exoskeleton displays multiple stress fractures from rapid temperature changes. Commander Vrex moved closer to the camera, his normally impassive features showing subtle changes Noah had learned to recognize as extreme concern. "Without intervention, permanent physiological damage will occur within 5 hours. Their biological systems cannot adapt quickly enough. We need to evacuate them," Noah's mother stated firmly. Admiral Shaw's voice came through the communication system. Air Ev Doctor, Asian impossible with current conditions. Ice accumulation has grounded all aircraft within a 100-mile radius. Visibility near zero. Noah's father pulled up satellite imagery of the storm system. Roads are becoming impassable. Even military vehicles will struggle with this accumulation. A new alert flashed across the screens. Noah read it aloud. Earth Purity Movement encampment reporting critical shelter failures. 57 individuals sent doctor dead, including elderly participants and children. Their tents and temporary structures are collapsing under the snow, Admiral Shaw explained. Vehicles inoperable due to extreme conditions. Noah watched as thermal imaging showed scattered heat signatures moving erratically through the whiteout. They're separating, he observed. That group their thyre moving away from the others. Reverend Marcus Grant attempted to lead them toward the main road, confirmed a Dr. Terry officer. 19 individuals now separated from the main group, including 2 children. Admiral Shaw's voice hardened. Fort Harrison reports 7 operational cold-weather vehicles available for deployment, not enough for simultaneous rescue operations. The adults fell silent, the weight of the decision hanging in the air. Noah looked from his parents to the screens showing Talia's deteriorating condition, then to the scattered heat signatures of the lost protesters. "We need to Mrs. both," Noah said quietly. His father turned to him. "Noah, we can do it," Noah insisted, standing up. "Mrs. Chambers' husband works for the Forest Service. He has a modified snow vehicle. And Tim's dad from my math group has one of those big tracked snow machines for his ranch. There are people who can help." Dr. Perry exchanged glances with his wife. A civilian response team. Noah was already scrolling through his tablet. "I'm messaging everyone from our cultural exchange group. Their parents all know about the Wigneers. They'll help." While his parents coordinated with Admiral Shaw, Noah sent messages to his classmates. Within 30 minutes, replies began, looting in. Within 2 hours, 28 private citizens with specialized vehicles had volunteered. "Dr. Perry," Admiral Shaw's voice came through, "I'm designating you coordinator for the civilian response team. The military vehicles will focus on locating the separated protesters. Your team will handle Wigneer evacuation." "Where will we take them?" Noah's mother asked. Noah looked you Mrs. Ohm his tablet. "Pinewood Elementary." "The gymnasium has heating, and the industrial kitchen has its own generator. Mrs. Chambers already confirmed it." Admiral Shaw approved the plan, and Dr. Shaw began organizing the school's conversion into an emergency shelter. The logistics team designed specialized warming pods for transporting the juvenile Wigneers, modifying equipment originally developed for medical treatments. "There's one more thing," Noah said, looking at Admiral Shaw's image on the screen. "We should bring everyone to the same shelter, the Wigneers and the protesters." The suggestion met immediate resistance. Security personnel listed numerous concerns about housing anti-alien protesters with Wigneers. "It's too dangerous," one officer insisted. "These people have been actively protesting against alien presence for months." Noah stood his ground. "They've never actually met any Wigneers. Not really. They've just seen them from a distance or in videos. This emergency gives us a chance to show them who Wigneers really are." After consulting with Xena and Commander Vrex, Admiral Shaw made his decision. Integrated rescue operations approved. All evacuees will be transported to Pinewood Elementary. Outside, the storm intensified. Noah watched through the windows as snow piled higher, wind howling around their house. His breathing device adjusted automatically as he moved to help his mother pack emergency supplies. "Dad's team is heading out," she told him. "The military vehicles are already deployed to find the scattered protesters." Noah nodded, carefully packing specialized breathing equipment and medication. "We should go to the school. They'll need help setting up." His mother agreed, and they loaded their vehicle with supplies. The drive to Pinewood Ale Mrs. Ari took 3 times longer than normal, their vehicle crawling through treacherous conditions. At the school, Noah found Mrs. Chambers directing Valu Mrs. RS in the gymnasium. Cafeteria tables had been arranged to create separate areas, each with specific heating requirements. "Noah," Mrs. Chambers called. "Perfect timing. Can you help set up the communication station? We need to establish direct contact with the rescue teams." After the next several hours, Noah worked alongside teachers and parent volunteers. He created Illustrate Mrs. GNS explaining basic Wigner biology and needs, anticipating questions from protesters who had never interacted with them before. Head cook Mrs. Martinez approached him with a tablet. "Mrs. E. Wigner Nutrition Formulas, can you help me understand the quantities?" Noah explained the calculations for the synthesized nutrient solutions, while Mrs. Martinez nodded, taking careful notes. "We'll be ready for them," she assured him. The school's main doors burst open as the first transport vehicles arrived 14 hours after rescue operations began. Medics rushed in with stretchers carrying both humans and Wigners. Noah spotted Talia among the 9 juvenile Wigners, her exoskeleton showing visible stress patterns. "Talia," he called, moving toward her. She turned her upper body slightly. "Noah Perry, this environment is different from our previous meeting location." "It's my school," he explained, walking alongside her stretcher. "We set up special heating stations for you and the other Wigners. The temperature in your area is already adjusted." As medical personnel guided Talia to the designated Wigner section, Noah noticed a teenage boy watch Mrs. Hem intently. Unlike the adults with protest insignias on their jackets, the boy's expression showed curiosity rather than hostility. "That's Timothy Grant, Mrs. Chambers whispered to Noah. "Reverend Grant's son." Noah observed as Timothy approached a medic treating a young Wigner with a fractured exoskeleton plate. The boy asked something, then nodded and collected several warming blankets. To Noah's surprise, Timothy began distributing them to both human and Wigner patients. Dr. Shaw moved efficiently between treatment areas, directing medical personnel based on injury severity doctor than species. "Noah, can you help Talia get oriented to the space? She's stable but uncomfortable with the school architecture." Noah spent the next hour explaining the gymnasium layout to Talia, describing how humans use the equipment normally stored along the walls. Her breathing had improved since their early communications, but the cold had clearly affected her mobility. "Your respiratory adaptation techniques proved valuable during thermal stress," Talia told him. "I implemented your patterned breathing when my heating unit failed." The final transport vehicles arrived shortly before midnight, bringing the last group of rescued protesters. Noah watched as Reverend Marcus Grant was helped inside, his condition requiring medical monitoring. The man's face hardened when he saw the Wigner section. "I won't be treated here," he announced, pulling away from the medics supporting him. Noah stepped forward, ready to intervene, when movement across the gym caught everyone's attention. A young female Wigner named Seltha had approached a shivering 7-year-old human girl. Without hesitation, Seltha removed her specialized heating pad and placed it around the child's shoulders, adjusting it carefully. Timothy appeared at his father's side. "Dad, they've been helping us all night. That Wigner just gave her heating pad to Emma." The Reverend stood motionless, watching as the young girl stopped shivering and smiled up at Seltha. "Perhaps," he said finally, "I can remain for treatment." As the blizzard raged outside, the gymnasium settled into an uneasy coexistence. For the 2 protesters, 17 Wigner juveniles and dozens of rescue personnel shared the space. Noah moved between groups, answering questions and facilitating interactions when possible. He noticed Dr. Marcus Wilson, an anthropologist assigned by Admiral Shaw, documenting everything with a small recorder. 43 instances of spontaneous cooperation between groups in just 36 hours. the man murmured as Noah passed. Remarkable. By the third day of the blizzard, Noah DRD established a schedule of activities that incorporated both human games and modified Wigneer exercises. He watched as Timothy Grant sat cross-legged beside Talia, asking questions about Wigneer society while carefully taking notes. Your species values individual achievement, Talia was explaining. Ours traditionally emphasizes collective function. But recent neurochemical research suggests our biological capacity for bonding was artificially suppressed. Timothy leaned forward. You mean you can feel connections to others just like we do? The capacity exists, Talia replied. Recent supplements have activated dormant biological pathways. Noah smiled as he walked past them toward the kitchen area. The storm still howled ODRDE, but inside Pinewood Elementary, something unexpected was taking shape. Barriers were softening. Questions were being asked. Answers were being heard. And most importantly, children of both species were learning that adapting to difficult circumstances was sometimes easier together than alone. Noah observed Timothy and Talia's conversation with quiet satisfaction. Their growing connection represented something he couldn't quite name but instinctively recognized as important. Throughout the gymnasium, similar scenes unfolded. Protesters who had traveled miles to oppose alien presence now sat across from Wigneers, exchanging information and, in some cases, sharing resources. On the morning of the fifth day, Noah woke to a noticeable change in the sound outside. The howling wind had diminished, occasional whistle. He checked the weather station readings on his tablet and saw the temperature had risen to 5 degrees Fahrenheit. The storm's weakening, he announced to his father, who was reviewing medical charts near the gymnasium entrance. Dr. Perry nodded. Admiral Shaw just confirmed road clearing operations are underway. Military and civilian equipment mobilized an hour ago. Noah moved to the large windows facing the parking lot. Through partially cleared glass, he saw the first rays of sunlight in days cutting through thinning cloud cover. The snow remained piled high, nearly 6 feet in some areas, but the relentless accumulation had finally stopped. A commotion near the administrative doctor, CES, drew Noah's attention. Reverend Grant stood speaking with one of his followers, his express doctor, troubled. Noah watched as the protest leader's gaze traveled across the gymnasium, lingering on a young Wigneer who was assisting an elderly human couple with their breakfast trays. Noah. Dr. Perry placed a hand on his son's shoulder. Reverend Grant has requested to speak with us privately. They met in the principal's office, a small room temporarily converted into a command center. The Reverend sat stiffly in a chair clearly designed for someone smaller than his 6-foot-4 frame. Dark circles under his eyes testified to sleepless nights. I've been observing, Reverend Grant began, his deep voice unusually hesitant. For 5 days now I've watched these Wigneers. Noah remained silent, sensing the man needed space to continue without interruption. When we formed the Earth Purity Movement, our information came from Millie Doctor, Y reports, grainy footage, theological speculation. He clasped his hands together. I believed alien presence represented contamination of God's design for Earth. Dr. Perry nodded, main to Mrs. G, a neutral expression. Many people share similar concerns. Yesterday, Reverend Grant continued, I saw one Mrs. He juvenile Wigneer Seltha, I believe, noticed that Mrs. Hawkins was shivering despite her blanket. The Wigneer a Jew Mrs. The heating system in that entire section, then brought Mrs. Hawkins a specialized thermal wrap. Noah recalled the elderly woman, one of the protest movement's most vocal supporters. Mrs. Hawkins has arthritis, the Reverend explained. The cold makes her joints seize up. She couldn't even hold her cup yesterday morning. By evening, after using that Wigneer device, she was able to write in her journal again. He looked directly at Dr. Perry. The Wigneer checked on her 3 times. They're very attentive to physical distress signals, Dr. Perry noted. My point is, Reverend Grant said, leaning forward, I've been wrong about their intentions, not necessarily about the theolo doctor. Al questions those remain complex but about their character. He gestured toward the gymnasium. No species dedicated to conquest behaves this way toward strangers. Noah felt a surge of hope. Does this mean you'll stop protesting against them? It means, the Reverend said carefully, that I need to reconsider our approach. My followers look to me for guidance. What I've witnessed here contradicts what I've been teaching them. The implications of this statement hung in the air. The Earth Purity movement had been the most organized opposition to Wigneer presence, if its leader's position was evolving. A knock at the door interrupted them. Admiral Shaw's face appeared on the communication screen. Dr. Perry, we need to discuss transition planning, whether models show continued improvement and primary roads should be accessible within 18 hours. Noah exchanged glances with his father, a shared thought passing between them. The crisis had created an unexpected opportunity, one that would end once everyone returned to their normal environments. Admiral, Noah said, stepping toward the screen, what if we don't separate everyone immediately? The briefing that followed expanded into a comprehensive plan. Rather than immediate evacuation once roads cleared, Admiral Shaw and Xena approved a 3-day transition period. The concept rapidly evolved beyond simple logistics into a strategic framework for continued integration. Noah, Admiral Shaw said as the planning session concluded, I understand you have a suggestion regarding community recovery efforts. Noah outlined his idea for joint recovery teams, watching the Admiral's expression shift from skepticism to consideration. Mixed human Wigneer crews, Noah explained, working together to repair storm damage. It creates practical experience beyond what we've seen in the shelter. Dr. Perry added, we've identified priority targets: elderly residents, families with medical needs, critical infrastructure. After consulting with Xena, Admiral Shaw authorized the initiative. Noah began assembling volunteer lists, surprised when Timothy Grant approached him. I'd like to join a recovery team, the teenager said, his father standing behind him with a cautious but supportive expression. You've never done construction work, Noah pointed out. Timothy shrugged. I can learn, and I want to help. More surprising still was seeing the elder Grant add his name to the volunteer roster, followed by 16 other protesters who had spent the crisis observing Wigneer behavior firsthand. The first recovery mission launched 36 hours later. Noah stood in the parking lot of Pinewood Elementary, watching an unlikely crew load equipment into specialized vehicles. Commander Vrex directed operations with unprecedented patience, demonstrating proper loading techniques to human volunteers without a trace of the military brusqueness Noah had come to expect. We will proceed to the Jenkins residence first, the commander announced. Human sensors have identified structural compromise, but residence remains partially habitable. Noah climbed into a transport vehicle alongside Timothy, Talia, and 3 former protesters who now wore the same mission identification badges as everyone else. As they traveled through snow-covered roads, Timothy asked Talia questions about Wigneer construction techniques while taking detailed notes in a small notebook. Harold Jenkins' rural property came into view, a single-story home with an ominous depression in the roof where snow weight had caused partial collapse. The elderly veteran stood on his porch, shoulders hunched against the cold, eyes narrowing at the approaching vehicles. Mr. Jenkins, Noah called as he approached. We're here to help with repairs. The old man's gaze traveled past Noah to the Wigneers emerging from the vehicles. Don't need their kind of help, he muttered. Commander Vrex stepped forward. Human-dwelling doctor, require specific structural integrity parameters. We possess technologies that increase efficiency of Mr. Pears. Mr. Jenkins remained skeptical but desperate enough to allow the team access to his property. Noah organized the human volunteers while Vrex coordinated Wigneer participants, establishing a perimeter around the damaged section. They worked through the morning clearing snow and debris. Noah noticed Timothy and Talia developing an effective partnership, with Timothy rapidly adapting to Wigneer construction protocols while explaining human building methods. Shortly after noon, Talia suddenly froze while examining the home's heating system. Her sensory appendages extended, quivering slightly. "Danger present," she announced, stepping back from the wall. "Carbon-based gaseous compound detected at levels harmful to human respiratory systems." Commander Vrex immediately ordered evacuation of the interior spaces. Technical specialists confirmed Talia's assessment. A damaged heating system was leaking carbon monoxide at levels human sensors hadn't detected. "Could have Kai missed her. D me in my sleep," Mr. Jenkins said quietly, watching Wigneer technicians repair the leak with specialized equipment. "Wouldn't have known until it was too late." The elderly man's perception visibly shifted throughout the day. By evening, as the team prepared to depart after installing a TempMRRY structural support system, Mr. Jenkins approached Talia. "You saved my life today," he said simply. "Thank you." Word of the incident spread quickly through the community. As additional recovery teams addressed damage at other properties, Noah noticed a pattern emerging: practical cooperation, accomplishing what diplomatic initiatives couldn't. At the research facility, senior scientist Malia monitored physiological data from Wigneer participants. Noah observed her explaining findings to Dr. Perry, gesturing animatedly at neural mapping displays. "Commander Vrex's results are particularly significant," she explained. "The reward pathways in his brain now activate during protective actions rather than solely during combat operations. This suggests neuroplasticity we previously believed impossible." Each evening, recovery teams returned to Pinewood Elementary to share meals and experiences. Noah watched with growing optimism as barriers continued dissolving through shared purpose. The global impact became apparent when international news crews arrived to document the recovery efforts. Noah felt uncomfortable with the constant cameras, but recognized their importance. The image of Talia rescuing the Martinez family's cat from beneath storm debris appeared on screens worldwide, transforming abstract diplomatic discussions into concrete examples of cooperation. Noah stood on the polished stone steps of the Integrated Learning Center, watching as sunlight glinted off the curved metallic glass facade. 4 months had transformed the empty field 3 miles from the North American extraterrestrial contact facility into this architectural marvella building that housed humanity's most ambitious educational experiment. Still hard to believe, isn't it? Talia stepped beside him, her sensory appendages gently swaying in the spring breeze. "From crisis shelter to this." Noah nodded, recalling the chaotic days at Pinewood Elementary. The images of storm recovery efforts had indeed circled the Dr. Obe, transforming public perception of human-Wigneer relations. What began as emergency cooperation had evolved into structured collaboration, culminating in today's inauguration ceremony. "My father says the construction teams broke 17 efficiency records," Noah did, checking his watch. "We should head inside. The ceremony starts in 15 minutes. They climbed the remaining steps together, joining Timothy Grant at the entrance. The teenager had changed dramatically in the month since the blizzard gone was the defensive posture and suspicious glances. Today he wore his student uniform with evident pride. "You ready for this?" Timothy asked, gesturing to the news crews setting up equipment near the entrance plaza. "As ready as I'll ever be," Noah replied. The interior of the learning center revealed the extraordinary attention to detail that had gone into its design. The central atrium featured a vaulted ceiling with transparent panels displaying real-time atmospheric data for both Earth and the Wigneer homeworld. Branching corridors led to specialized classroom wings, each entrance marked with dual-language identifiers and environmental status displays. Admiral Shaw greeted them near the ceremonial stage, her formal uniform adorned with new insignia representing the Interspecies Cooperation Agency. "Noah," she said with a brisk nod. "The seating chart places you between senior scientist Malia and Timothy for the ceremony. After the ribbons are cut, Dr. Perry will guide the first student tour." Noah took his assigned seat as the hall filled with dignitaries, scientists, and the 4 to 3 other students comprising the inaugural class. The chamber's sophisticated environmental systems maintained a carefully balanced atmosphere, slightly warmer than human preference but cooler than Wigneer standard, with oxygen levels calibrated for optimal function of both species. Dr. James Perry approached the podium, his medical expertise now supplemented by months of intensive study in educational theory. Noah felt a surge of pride watching his father address the assembled guests. "4 months ago, a blizzard forced us together in a small-town gymnasium," Dr. Perry began. "Today, we come together by choice in this facility purpose-built for mutual understanding. The Integrated Learning Center represents more than educational innovation. It embodies our commitment to a shared future." Senior scientist Malia joined him at the podium, her specialized translator rendering her complex tonal language into precise English. "Wigneer developmental tradition has emphasized isolated learning environments for 6,000 years, she stated. "Our willingness to adopt integrated education reflects new data on neuroplasticity and cognitive advancement observed during our emergency shelter period." They jointly pressed a ceremonial button, activating the building's main systems. Displays throughout the atrium illuminated with curriculum schedules, environmental readings, and real-time translation of all announcements into multiple human languages and Wigneer dialects. Noah's attention was drawn to a discreet signal from Admiral Shaw. She beckoned him toward a side corridor while the ceremony continued. "There's been a development," she said quietly. "High Commander Krex has completed his neural rehabilitation treatment. He's requested to meet with you specifically." Noah felt his pulse quicken. The Wigneer commander who was injured during the initial contact. Yes, his recovery has been closely monitored by both species medical teams. The rehabilitation process has shown unexpected results. She handed him a tablet displaying brain scan comparisons. His neural pathways have fundamentally restructured. For the next 2 weeks, Noah balanced regular classes with intensive preparation sessions for the meeting. The specialized conference room underwent multiple security modifications, with sensitive monitoring equipment installed behind nearly invisible panels. The curriculum at the Learning Center proved as revolutionary as the building itself. Noah recognized elements of his own suggestions in the daily scheduled collaborative problem-solving sessions alternated with species-specific instruction periods. Each classroom contained environmental zones optimized for either human or Wigneer physiology, with shared work areas in the center maintaining balanced conditions. "The atmospheric systems record our biometric responses," Talia explained during their engineering fundamentals class. "Science teams use the data to refine interaction protocols." Noah nodded, noting how the monitoring systems tracked everything from oxygen consumption to stress hormone levels. "My dad says the medical applications alone justify the entire project. They've nearly perfected the respiratory treatment based on data collected here." His own breathing had improved beyond all projections. The specialized medication derived from Wigneer medical technology had restored his lung function to 99% of optimal capacity, a result that once seemed impossible. On the morning of the scheduled meeting, Noah arrived early to find Admiral Shaw conducting final security checks. The conference room had been transformed into a neutral diplomatic space with furnishings designed to accommodate both species comfortably. "Remember your training," she instructed. "Maintain eye contact but avoid prolonged staring. Allow pauses for his translator to process complex terms. Most importantly, be yourself. That's why he requested you specifically." The door slid open with a pneumatic hiss. High Commander Krex entered slowly, his movements deliberate but fluid. Noah immediately noticed differences from other Wigneers he'd met. Krex's exoskeletal plates showed distinctive patterning that indicated senior rank, and subtle scarring around his sensory appendages evidenced the injuries sustained during first contact. "Noah Perry," Krex's translator rendered his greeting in a deep, measured tone. "Your reputation extends throughout our command structure." Noah nodded respectfully. "High Commander, I appreciate you requesting this meeting." They sat across from each other at the specially designed table. Noah noticed medical monitoring devices discreetly tracking the commander's physiological responses. "Our medical specialists informed me of your role during the weather emergency," Krex said. "Your actions with Commander Vrex initiated neural adaptation patterns previously undocumented in our species." Noah maintained the diplomatic posture he'd practiced. "The blizzard created unusual circumstances for everyone involved." "Indeed." Krex reached into a ceremonial pouch attached to his uniform. "I have reviewed extensive data regarding your influence on Wigneer-human relations. Our medical scientists attribute significant advances to your particular approach." The commander withdrew a crystalline object approximately 6 inches long. Its surface caught the light, refracting it into patterns that seemed to shift and flow across the conference table. "This implementing has been in my lineage for 17 generations," Krex explained. "Tradition dictates it passes to offspring who demonstrate exceptional potential." Noah recognized the significance from his briefings, but hadn't expected such a gesture. The room's monitoring systems quietly recorded every aspect of the interaction. "I have no biological offspring," Krex continued. "The neural reconstruction process has altered my perception of succession concepts. My medical team refers to this as expanded kinship recognition." He placed the crystal implementing on the table between them, its surface pulsing with subtle bioluminescence. "You have influenced the developmental trajectory of my species," Krex stated. "This implementing acknowledges that contribution." Noah carefully accepted the object, noting its unexpected warmth against his palms. "I'm honored, High Commander." The monitoring systems registered a cascade of neurochemical changes in Krex's brain activation patterns, previously associated exclusively with parental behaviors, now engaged during this diplomatic exchange. Their meeting extended well beyond the scheduled 30 minutes as Krex described the Supreme Council's debates regarding educational integration. Noah listened attentively, recognizing that this conversation represented a fundamental shift in Wigneer diplomatic approach. As they concluded, Krex gestured toward the window overlooking the Learning Center's main courtyard, where human and Wigneer students worked together on an agricultural project. "The Juvenile Integration Directive will be announced tomorrow," the commander stated. 17 additional integrated facilities will be established. This represents the most significant social change in our documented history. Noah watched students below carefully transplanting seedlings into specialized containers. "There will be resistance," he noted. "Yes, traditionalist factions have already formed a coalition opposing these measures." Krex's translator conveyed his tone with nuanced precision. "Approximately 22% of our population questions the wisdom of educational integration." Before Noah could respond, an alert tone sounded from Admiral Shaw's communication device. She stepped away to receive the message, her expression shifting to one of controlled concern. "The Perry Initiative agricultural team has achieved breakthrough results," she announced, returning to the table. The drought-resistant crop variants are showing 38% yield increases in test environments. Noah recognized her words as a coded message. Something significant had occurred, requiring immediate attention but not suitable for direct discussion. The meeting concluded with formal farewells, Krex departing with his security detail while Noah remained behind. "What's happened?" he asked once the door sealed. Admiral Shaw activated a secure display. "We've detected unusual movement patterns among 3 Wigneer vessels previously assigned to outer perimeter patrol. They've broken formation and are adjusting orbital trajectories toward Earth." The display showed tracking data of the vessel's positions, their projected course Interc Doctor, NG with Earth's orbital path. "Could it be a navigation error?" Noah asked. "Unlikely. We've received reports of unauthorized command transfers aboard Dr. Ho's vessels." She expanded the display to show communication intercepts. "We believe elements of the traditionalist faction may have seized control." Noah's gaze returned to the window, where students continued their work unaware of potential danger materializing above them. The crystal implementing Krex had given him caught the afternoon sunlight, casting prismatic patterns across the conference room walls. "We should inform my father and senior scientist Malia," Noah said. "If there's a security situation developing, the school needs to prepare." Admiral Shaw nodded grimly. "Security protocols are already activating, but we need to proceed carefully. If this is indeed a traditionalist action, it's likely connected to tomorrow's integration announcement." Noah watched as security personnel began discreetly appearing in the courtyard below, their movements casual but purposeful. Doctor, the Learning Center, symbol of unprecedented cooperation between species, might now face its first serious challenge. "This isn't a navigation error," Admiral Shaw elaborated, pulling up another data screen. "We've intercepted communications from Commander Drezek, leader of a traditionalist faction. He seized control of these vessels and issued demands to halt all integration programs." Noah studied the tactical display as additional information populated the screen. The rogue vessels had assumed a triangular formation, optimized for coordinated weapons deployment. Their current trajectory would place them in Earth's upper atmosphere within 24 hours. "Drezek has issued a deadline," Admiral Shaw continued, her voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "He demands the immediate closure of this facility and termination of all integration initiatives." Dr. Perry and senior scientist Malia arrived minutes later, their expressions tightening as they absorbed the tactical assessment. "What do we know about Drezek?" Dr. Perry asked, examining the commander's profile that appeared on screen. "Deep Space Patrol Commander," Malia replied. "His family lineage contains 16 generations of military service. He's respected tactically but known for rigid adherence to traditional doctrine." Admiral Shaw nodded. "Intelligence suggests he's leveraged concerns about cultural contamination to build support among traditionalist officers. His message specifically cited the Juvenile Integration Directive as an irreversible corruption of Wigneer development principles." Noah felt the weight of the implementing in his hand. "Commander Krex should know about this, Dr. Diatley." "He already does," Admiral Shaw replied. "The Supreme Council is in emergency session. Meanwhile, we need to implement security protocols here." The evacuation began with practiced efficiency. Students were gathered in the central atrium where Dr. Perry explained the situation with remarkable calm. "We're activating our emergency shelter protocol," he announced. "This is precautionary, but we'll be moving to the reinforced lower levels until the situation persistences." Noah noticed the careful choice of words, no mention of attack or danger, just practical next steps. Within 30 minutes, all students had relocated to the shelter level 3 floors below ground. The facility had been designed with this contingency in mind, with ample space for all students and staff, plus necessary supplies for extended occupation. As Noah helped organize sleeping areas, he spotted Talia arranging atmospheric monitoring equipment with several other Wigneer students. The air circulation seems insufficient, she noted, examining readings on a handheld device. Oxygen levels remain adequate, but carbon dioxide concentration will become problematic after approximately 48 hours. Noah examined the environmental control panel. The systems weren't designed for this many occupants in an enclosed space. We're exceeding the filtration capacity. Talia clicked her mandibles thoughtfully. Wigneer atmospheric processing uses crystalline filtration matrices. Perhaps we could improve the existing system. Timothy Grant, a human engineering student, joined their conversation. I've been studying the shelter blueprints. The distribution network has redundant pathways we could utilize to increase throughput without additional power requirements. Noah glanced between them, recognizing the potential. Let's form teams. If we combine Wigneer filtration technology with human distribution methods, we might solve two problems simultaneously. Dr. Wilson, the engineering instructor, overheard their discussion and provided access to the facility's maintenance supplies. Within hours, 6 mixed-species teams had formed around the shelter, each tackling different aspects of the atmospheric challenge. On the tactical deck above them, Admiral Shaw received updated intelligence from Senior Enforcer Drax, who commanded a cloaked Wigneer vessel monitoring the extremist fleet. Power fluctuations detected in Drezik's command vessel, Drax reported, his translated voice crackling through the secure channel. Internal sensor data suggests heightened activity in the command section. 3 junior officers have formally challenged Drezik's assessment of the integration threat. On what basis? Admiral Shaw asked. They cite educational feed observations from the emergency shelter period. These officers have offspring with respiratory conditions similar to those the human Wigneer treatment protocol addresses. Admiral Shaw's expression shifted subtly. Forward me their family medica doctor, Raffels. Meanwhile, High Commander Krex had completed his presentation to the Supreme Council, providing comprehensive evidence of integration benefits. The neural scans displaying his own transformed brain structure proved particularly compelling concrete evidence that cooperation had physiological benefits beyond mere political convenience. The transformation is not contamination but adaptation, Krex stated, his translator rendering the nuanced tonal shifts perfectly. My neural pathways now process information with 23% greater efficiency. As the council deliberated, Lieutenant Krix aboard Dr. K's vessel made a decision that would alter the crisis trajectory. Observing his commander's increasingly erratic behavior, he initiated a rare-use security protocol code 472, Commander Mental Stability Evaluation. The ship's systems responded immediately, locking down weapons control pending psychological assessment. 9 officers remained loyal to Drezik, while 17 supported Krix's action. The command deck transformed into a tense standoff. This is treasonous, Drezik hissed, his translator struggling to capture his agitation. It is procedural, Krix countered calmly. Your behavioral patterns match instability indicators. Protocol requires evaluation before weapons deployment. The standoff reverberated throughout the extremist fleet. The other vessels, receiving contradicting orders, maintained position but powered down primary weapons systems to await resolution of the command dispute. In the shelter below the learning center, Noah's atmospheric improvement project had made significant progress. Talia and Timothy's team had constructed a prototype that combined crystalline Wigneer filters with a reconfigured human distribution network. Initial tests show 4 to 7% improvement in air quality, Talia announced, reviewing the data. Power consumption has decreased by 22% simultaneously. Dr. Wilson documented their work, noting how the teams had naturally divided tasks according to species strengths. Wagner Doctor, handling precise calculations and filter calibrations, while humans developed creative implementation solutions for the limited materials available. Admiral Shaw recognized the broader implications immediately when shown the results. "Implement this system throughout the shelter," she ordered, "and forward the specifications to our engineering teams. This has applications beyond our current situation." The clock on the tactical display continued its countdown, 18 hours remaining until Drezik's deadline. Dr. Perry analyzed communications intercepted from the extremist vessels, identifying a pattern that might prove useful. "The officers challenging Drezik predominantly have children with respiratory conditions," he noted. "The same conditions our joint medical research addresses. They have personal stakes in continued cooperation." Admiral Shaw considered this information. "Prepare complete medical research data for transmission directly to individual family communication systems on those vessels. Bypass command filters." As this strategy deployed, High Commander Krex made an unexpected request. "I wish to personally address Drezik on his vessel." The security advisors from both species immediately objected, citing unacceptable risks. "Commander Drezik respects military hierarchy even while rejecting current policy," Krex countered. "My presence will force recognition of legitimate authority structures while demonstrating confidence in our position." After intense debate, the Supreme Council approved this approach. With strict conditions, Krex would carry no weapons or communication devices that could be seized by extremist forces. His shuttle would contain only minimal life support systems. Noah learned of this development while evaluating the completed atmospheric filtration system. The results exceeded all projections, creating shelter conditions that could be maintained indefinitely if necessary. "High Commander Krex is attempting direct negotiation," Dr. Perry informed the shelter staff during their update briefing. "Meanwhile, our position here remains secure." Aboard Drezik's vessel, Lieutenant Krix's authority continued to grow as psychological evaluation protocols revealed concerning patterns in the commander's decision-making. The medical algorithms detected paranoid response patterns consistent with extended isolation experienced during deep space assignments. When Krex's shuttle docked 90 minutes before the attack deadline, the command structure aboard the vessel had already fractured beyond repair. Instead of addressing the entire crew as expected, Krex requested a private meeting with Drezik in the secure conference chamber. Security monitors recorded their conversation as Krex presented comprehensive data from his own neural rehabilitation process. "Your neural patterns match my own before treatment," Krex stated, displaying side-by-side brain scans. "This is not ideological disagreement but a treatable medical condition." Drezik stared at the scans, recognition dawning in his eyes. "I have experienced symptoms, difficulty processing contradictory information, heightened threat response." Precisely. These are indicators of neural feedback loop pathologies common among deep space command personnel. This medical approach created a breakthrough that political arguments could not have achieved. Drezik acknowledged experiencing symptoms consistent with Krex's description, opening the possibility of resolution through treatment rather than confrontation. In the shelter, Noah received unexpected information from Talia while monitoring the improved air systems. "My father sent a private message," she said, her voice containing subtle harmonics of excitement. "My respiratory condition has improved 86% since receiving the treatment protocol developed from your case." Noah considered this, an idea forming. "Would you be willing to record a message about this? Something we could share with the vessels?" Talia's sensory appendages flexed with interest. "To demonstrate tangible benefits of cooperation." "Exactly. Not political arguments but personal experiences." The idea expanded quickly. Admiral Shaw approved the approach after security review, and soon 57 Stu Doctor, T.S. both human and Wigneer had recorded brief messages describing specific ways cooperation had improved their lives. These authentic statements from children created a powerful counter-narrative to extremist claims, particularly as several Wigneer students described health improvements that would have been impossible under traditional separated development. Lieutenant Crix, now effectively commanding the primary extremist vessel, established direct communication with Admiral Shaw. "We request negotiation of surrender terms that allow personnel to receive medical evaluation while preserving dignity." "What influenced this decision?" Admiral Shaw asked. "The student messages," Crix replied, "particularly testimony from young Wigneers. The evidence contradicts our foundational concerns." Formal surrender protocols commenced 6 hours after Crix's arrival. All weapons systems powered down as navigational control transferred to loyal Wigneer vessels positioned nearby. Commander Drezek, now receiving Prelimi Doctor Y treatment, cooperated with the transition while requesting formal evaluation at the rehabilitation facility. As the security situation stabilized, the Integrated Learning Center prepared to transition from emergency shelter back to normal operations. Noah's respiratory condition had remained stable throughout the crisis, confirming the long-term effectiveness of the Wigneer-derived treatment. The student-developed atmospheric filtration system, now permanently installed throughout the facility, stood as tangible evidence of what integrated education could achieve. A solution neither species had developed independently despite having the necessary knowledge available separately. Noah stood with his father in the command center, watching as the tactical display showed the formerly hostile vessels now moving into standard orbital positions, escorted by loyal Wigneer ships. "The Supreme Council has authorized 23 integrated schools instead of the original 17, Dr. Perry said. "Your curriculum model will serve as the standard template." Noah turned the crystal implementing in his hand, watching how it caught the light. "What happens to Commander Drezek now?" "He'll receive the same neural red doctor, latation treatment that helped Commander Crix. Initial assessment suggests excellent recovery potential." Admiral Shaw joined them, her tablet displaying construction schedules for the expanded integration initiative. The Interspecies Cooperation Agency is establishing a specialized educational division. They've requested your input on teacher training protocols. Outside the window, Noah could see students returning to the main classrooms, human and Wigneer moving together through the hallways with newfound purpose, confidence. Signs of normalized activity appeared throughout the facilitators preparing classrooms, maintenance staff restoring standard environmental settings, and students eagerly discussing their experiences during the crisis. "This isn't just a resolution," Dr. Perry said, watching Noah observe the activity. "It's a beginning." 1 year later, Noah adjusted his formal jacket as he stood backstage at the Integrated Learning Center's first official graduation ceremony. The main auditorium had been transformed with decorative elements from both human and Doctor Wigneer traditions, crystalline light structures casting prismatic patterns across walls adorned with earth botanical motifs. "Nervous?" Talia asked, her sensory appendages making the subtle fluttering motion Noah had learned indicated amusement. "A little, Doctor," Noah admitted, checking the small device clipped to his belt, the prototype of his respiratory monitor that combined Wigneer sensor technology with human medical interfaces. "Public speaking isn't exactly my specialty." Timothy Grant joined them, datapad in hand. "Just finished reviewing the ceremony transmissions. All 23 integrated schools are receiving the feed clearly." Noah glanced through the curtain at the assembled audience. The facility had expanded significantly over the past year, Doctor, now accommodating 124 students. Parents from both species sat together in the audience, a sight that would have seemed impossible during the crisis. Dr. Perry appeared, directing students toward their positions. 2 minutes, everyone. Noah, you'll be introduced after the science team presentations. The ceremony began with Admiral Shaw, President Shaw, following her election 6 months earlier, addressing the audience. Her speech emphasized practical achievements rather than political rhetoric, focusing on specific improvements in education, medicine, and security resulting from integration efforts. When Noah's name was called, he walked to the podium carrying his respiratory monitoring device. The audience quieted as he placed it on the display pedestal. Last year, I couldn't walk a flight of stairs without my inhaler, Noah began, his voice steady despite his nervousness. Today, I can participate in physical education without restrictions. He activated the device's holographic display, showing real-time monitoring of his respiratory functions. This monitor combines Wigner sensor precision with human interface design. It anticipates respiratory distress before symptoms appear and adjusts medication delivery automatically. Dr. James Perry joined him at the podium, presenting Noah with the Innovation Achievement Award, a crystal sphere containing a miniature replica of both Earth and the WDR, homeworld orbiting a common center. Noah's system exemplifies what integration Yuli means, Dr. Perry announced. Not merely coexistence, but synthesis, creating solutions neither species could develop independently. After the ceremony, Noah found himself surrounded by representatives from the newly established Interstellar Medical Exchange Program. They presented data on the implementation of his treatment protocol, marketed as Respira, sanctioning its administration to over 12,000 human children and 8,000 young Wigners. 92% success rate across both populations, Dr. Alexander Shaw explained, showing Noah Dr. comprehensive statistics. The pharmaceutical production facilities on Earth now incorporate Wigner precision manufacturing techniques, which has reduced costs significantly. Noah spotted Commander Drezino's senior medical advisor Drezek speaking with High Commander Krex near the refreshment area. The transformation in Drezek was remarkable, his posture relaxed, his movement fluid rather than rigidly controlled. When Drezek noticed Noah watching, he approached. "Your case provided the foundation for treating my neural feedback syndrome," Drezek said, his translator perfectly capturing the respectful tones. "The Neural Interface Reform Act was implemented 3 months ago. 26% of our military personnel showed early symptoms similar to mine." Noah nodded. "Doctor." Perry explained the hybrid treatment approach, combining human psychological counseling with Wigner neurological interventions. "The results exceed expectations," Krex added, joining their conversation. "Recovery rates improved 34% compared to our traditional neurological treatments alone." Later that evening, Noah sat with his father reviewing the data from his latest health assessment. His respiratory function had stabilized at 101% of projected optimal capacity, actually exceeding normal human baseline functions. "I still need quarterly assessments, right?" Noah asked, scrolling through Dr. Shaw's comprehensive report. "Yes, but they're as much for research as for your health now," Dr. Perry replied. "The longitudinal studies are documenting unexpected benefits beyond respiratory function. You and the other treated children show reduced susceptibility to common infections and enhanced oxygen utilization during physical activities." Noah looked out the window toward the newly completed Interspecies Cooperation Agency headquarters visible on the horizon. Its distinctive architecture blended human and Wigner design principles, curved crystalline surfaces intersecting with traditional Earth materials in harmonious patterns. "Have you seen the central atrium?" Dr. Perry asked, following Noah's gaze. "Not yet. Is it finished?" "Yesterday, the bronze sculpture is Quite something. Dr. Perry smiled. They captured your expression perfectly at that moment when you shared your inhaler with Xena. Noah felt his face warm with embarrassment. I still don't understand why that moment matters so much. Anyone would have done the same. But they didn't. You did. Dr. Perry placed a hand on Noah's shoulder. Simple acts often have the greatest impact. The following morning, Noah attended the dedication ceremony for the student ambassador program he had initiated with Talia and Timothy. 4 to 7 Earth schools and 39 Wigneer educational pods had joined the program, creating structured video communication channels, allowing students without access to integrated facilities to experience cross-species interaction. Noah watched the first official transmission on the main display screen. A classroom in rural Montana connected with a Wigneer educational pod orbiting Jupiter. The students awkwardly introduced themselves, their initial hesitation gradually giving way to genuine curiosity as they asked questions about daily life, academic subjects, and cultural practices. 18,000 students in the first semester, Timothy noted, reviewing participation statistics. And look at the demographic distribution. We have reached areas that had the strongest anti-integration sentiment initially. Talia manipulated the communications console, shifting between active channels. My father's data indicates a 37% higher fertility rate among Wigneers in integration programs. Senior scientist Malia is presenting the full research to the combined scientific academies next week. Noah observed the interactions across the various channels, noticing how quickly the students moved past superficial differences to find common interests. He remembered his first awkward interactions with Talia and how quickly they had developed a friendship based on shared intellectual curiosity and complementary problem-solving approaches. As he prepared for his 7th grade classes, Noah reviewed the schedule for the newly established interspecies medical mentorship program he had developed with Talia. The program paired human and Wigneer children with similar health conditions, creating support networks that shared management techniques and adaptive strategies. What had begun with respiratory conditions now included 17 additional medical conditions. Timothy approached, holding a copy of his newly published book, Finding Common Ground, the first theological text specifically addressing human-Wigneer relations from a religious perspective. My father's Theological Reconciliation Foundation approved the final draft, Timothy said, handing the book to Noah. 17 denominations have endorsed it already. Noah examined the cover, which depicted stylized human and Wigneer hands reaching toward each other against a backdrop of stars. This matters more than people realize, Noah said. The science convinced some people, but this reaches those who needed different answers. Their conversation was interrupted by an announcement summoning Noah to a video conference. In the communications center, he found High Commander Krexno Security Advisor Krex waiting on the main screen. Noah, Krex greeted him. I wanted to personally invite you to the dedication ceremony for the Perry Children's Hospital in Berlin next month. As the patient whose case inspired its creation, your presence would be significant. The hospital would be the first medical facility specifically designed for integrated treatment of human and Wigneer patients, featuring specialized atmospheric zones and comprehensive research laboratories, developing the next generation of cross-species treat DRTS. I'd be honored, Noah replied, feeling a connection to the former military commander who had undergone such profound personal transformation. As Noah left the communications center, he passed a class of new students touring the facility. Human and Wigneer children moving together through hallways that had once been emergency shelters during a crisis that threatened both their species. They chatted easily, already forming the bonds that would create the next generation of innovations. Noah touched the respiratory monitor at his belt, thinking about how his single case had expanded into a comprehensive medical exchange program that transformed treatments for thousands of children across 2 worlds. The simple act of sharing his inhaler had catalyzed changes neither species could have imagined a doctor earlier. In the classroom where he would soon begin his advanced studies program, Noah reviewed the curriculum for the coming semester. The integrated learning approach had evolved significantly, building on Doctor strengths identified during the crisis response when teams had naturally divided tasks according to species aptitudes. Noah opened his notebook and began planning the next phase of his respiratory monitoring system, imagining improvements that would make it even more accessible to children of both species. Outside the window, construction continued on new facilities to accommodate growing demand for integrated education, visible evidence of a transformation that extended far beyond the walls of a single learning center. Noah paused at his workstation, organizing materials for the upcoming semester. His respiratory monitor beeped softly, a gentle reminder of how far technology had advanced since that first prototype. 5 years had transformed everything. Noah checked the time and closed his notebook. His father was waiting in the transport bay for their trip to Berlin. Today marked his 15th birthday, and for the first time, the celebration would include guests from both species in a single venue without environmental suits or separate atmospheric chambers. Ready for the big day? Dr. Perry asked as Noah approached. The adaptive environmental system passed its final certification yesterday. You'll be the first to experience it outside laboratory conditions. The journey to Berlin took less than an hour in the hypersonic transport. Noah watched the landscape blur beneath them, remembering when crossing continental boundaries had seemed an insurmountable obstacle for Wigneers. Now, specialized transport vessels with integrated atmospheric controls regularly moved between Earth and Wigneer Doctor Ories. Perry Children's Hospital dominated the Berlin skyline's crystalline architecture, capturing sunlight in patterns reminiscent of both species' design traditions. The central dome housed the new adaptive environmental zone where both species could interact without Dr. Ive gear. Nervous? Dr. Perry asked as they approached the entrance. A little, Noah admitted. The adaptive environment works perfectly in testing, but this is different. Actual people depending on it. Your respiratory system adapted first, Dr. Perry reminded him. The technology just followed your lead. The hospital atrium bustled with activity. Noah recognized several physicians who had been involved in his treatment, now leading departments dedicated to cross-species medicine. They passed through a transition chamber where subtle changes in air composition, pressure, and temperature occurred gradually enough that neither human nor Wigneer physiology registered distress. Noah checked his monitor 100% optimal function. The display showed simultaneous readings for both species requirements, confirming the environment maintained dual viability. The specialized chamber ahead had been converted into a celebration space, with tables positioned throughout and screens displaying birthday messages from across Earth and Wigneer territories. Talia entered from the opposite side, her movements fluid in the adapted atmosphere. She approached without hesitation, no respiratory gear visible. Happy birthday, Noah. Her translator perfectly captured the warmth in her voice. First time we've stood together without gear between us. Noah smiled, noticing the intricate patterns decorating her cranial scales, a traditional Wigneer coming-of-age symbol. You've changed your scale patterns. Adult markings, she explained. Father says I was overdue for the ceremony. Timothy Grant joined them, carrying a package wrapped in paper combining Earth and Wigneer symbolic patterns. The Theological Integration Committee approved it last week. Official wrapping paper for cross-species celebrations. Noah laughed. Your father's foundation thinks of everything. More guests arrived. Doctor. Alexander Shaw, Senior Medical Advisor Drezik, Admiralno Presidential, and several classmates from the Integrated Learning Center. They moved through the adaptive space with remarkable ease, their bodies adapting to the carefully balanced environment. "Your numbers look excellent," Dr. Shaw noted, glancing at Noah's monitor. "Better than the models predicted." "The third narration sensor suite provides more detailed readings," Noah explained, "especially the oxygen absorption efficiency index." High Commander Krex arrived last, carrying an ornate case. His posture reflected complete recovery from neural interface syndrome with rigid movements replaced by natural fluidity. "I apologize for my tardiness," Krex said. The final detailing required precision beyond anticipated parameters. The celebration began with the presentation of customized refreshments, first commercially approved auspices consumables. Noah sampled a glowing blue beverage with surprising flavor notes that shifted between sweet and savory. The Interspecies Nutritional Research Department spent 18 months developing this formula, explained the department head. It provides optimal nutrition for both physiologies while maintaining pleasant sensory experiences for each species' taste receptors. After refreshments, Krex approached with his case. "Your gift required special authorization from the Supreme Council," he said, opening the container to reveal a miniature replica of the original Wigneer vessel from which Xena had first descended. Noah examined the model with awe. Every detail matched historical records, from the distinctive atmospheric exchange vents to the landing mechanism that had deployed that fateful day in Montana. "The atmospheric systems are fully functional," Krex explained, demonstrating the miniature environmental controls. "It maintains a perfect Wigneer atmosphere within the cabin area, just as the original did." "It's incredible," Noah said, activating the tiny landing sequence. The demonstration drew applause from both human and Wigneer guests. The celebration concluded with announcement of Noah's early acceptance to the Interspecies Medical Academy institution's youngest human admitted since its founding. "Your understanding of respiratory systems already exceeds many practicing physicians," Dr. Shaw told him. "The admission committee considered your continued refinement of the original breakthrough treatment particularly compelling." 3 days later, Noah and his father arrived in Geneva for the 5-year assessment conference of the Interspecies Cooperation Agency. The facility buzzed with representatives from 147 Earth nations and all major Wigneer territories. "The statistics exceed all projections," Dr. Perry noted as they reviewed conference materials. 78 integrated schools across both worlds, waiting lists exceeding capacity by 600%. Noah studied the medical cooperation charts. 49 previously incurable conditions now have effective treatments. "And look at these birth rate figures," Dr. Perry added. 28% increase among Wigneers participating in integration, program senior scientist Malia's cooperative development theories, validated beyond question. The Supreme Council called the Assembly to order, announcing the second phase evolutionary partnership. The presentation detailed plans for 8 permanent Wigneer settlements on Earth and 6 human colonies on habitable moons within Wigneer systems. "These settlements will feature complete environmental adaptation systems," explained the Council spokesperson. "True mixed communities rather than isolated research outposts." President Shaw approached the Perry family following the presentation. "The Council has granted your family the honor of site selection for the first permanent Wigneer settlement on Earth." Noah considered carefully before responding. 10 miles from the original contact site in Montana would be ideal. The atmospheric conditions there already require minimal adjustment for Wigneer physiology. Construction projections appeared on the main display completion within 18 months. Unlike previous Wigneer facilities on Earth, These would accommodate families rather than only military or scientific personnel. Commander Vrex outlined security plans incorporating shared recreational facilities and commercial zones with adaptive atmospheric sections. Our approach emphasizes connection rather than separation, he explained. Security through integration rather than isolation. Noah noticed Talia serving as youth liaison during the planning presentation. Her suggestions for accommodating young Wigneers who would grow up in permanent Earth residence showed remarkable insight into the needs of the first generation to experience this unprecedented situation. After the main presentation, Noah met with the manufacturing representatives, overseeing production of his respiratory monitoring system. The third narration upgrade now incorporated advanced sensors developed through collaborative research teams. 8 million units annually across 12 countries, the production director reported. Standard equipment in 78% of terrestrial hospitals. Reverend Marcus Grant and Timothy presented the Theological Reconciliation Foundation's completed doctrinal frameworks for 32 religious denominations. Over 4 billion human adherents now follow belief systems that accommodate alien intelligence, Reverend Grant explained. Organized theological opposition to Wigneer presence has effectively ended. The conference's most dramatic moment came during Admiral Shaw and High Commander Krex's presentation on the Integrated Defense Network. Video footage showed 23 human vessels and 17 Wigneer ships responding to an unidentified object entering the solar system. The coordinated intercept positioning maintained open communication channels rather than immediate combat stance, Admiral Shaw explained. When the object proved to be an unknown comet rather than an external threat, the response protocols shifted seamlessly to scientific investigation. During an evening reception, Noah received congratulations from Xena, recently appointed as Supreme Council representative for integrated territories. My first official act established standardized citizenship protocols, she explained. Humans can now hold recognized status within Wigneer systems, while Wigneers can gain Earth citizenship. Senior scientist Malia joined their conversation, discussing her recently published Cooperative Evolution, The Third Path. Your case initiated proof of my adaptive cooperation theory, she told Noah. Neither pure competition nor simple mutualism represents optimal evolutionary strategy. Noah spotted several familiar faces from his original Integrated Learning Center class, including Michael and Sophia. They had completed specialized university training and now fielded competing offers from research institutions and corporations across both species. 27 of us accepted positions with the Interspecies Cooperation Agency, Michael explained. We're deploying to regions with limited integration exposure. Later that evening, Noah received a private communication from Talia. Their relationship had evolved signifi doctor, TLY, over 5 years, developing emotional depth beyond typical friendship parameters despite the biological differences that prevented romantic involvement. Father's neural interface syndrome assessment confirmed complete recovery, she reported. Emotional regulation and adaptive reasoning capabilities now exceed pre-interface baseline. That's wonderful news, Noah replied. How are the preparations for the settlement going? The youth center designs were approved today. Have you selected your rooms at the extension campus? Noah smiled. Adjacent to the medical research wing, naturally. As their conversation concluded, Noah reviewed DRS notes for tomorrow's presentation on the pharmaceutical developments stemming from the original Respira Sync research. 17 additional medications now utilize the cross-species research model, addressing conditions from cardiovascular regulation to neurological function. The conference schedule included a ceremony at which his father would receive the Interspecies Scientific Achievement Medal. Noah's thoughts drifted to the permanent memorial marker being installed at the original contact site in Montana, commemorating the inhaler-sharing moment that had catalyzed cooperation between distinct evolutionary paths. Noah closed his notebook and gazed out the window at Geneva's lights. The Interstellar Youth Leadership Conference he had initiated would begin next month, bringing 800 St. Dr. NTS from integrated schools together for Collabora-Doctor, problem solving. 5 years had transformed a crisis into opportunity. As Noah prepared for bed, his respiratory monitor displayed perfect functioning, a personal testament to what cooperation between species could achieve. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but the foundation had been built for a future neither humans nor Wigneers could have imagined before their paths crossed in Montana, a remote Montana valley. The diplomatic protocols established in those critical early days had grown into substantive frameworks supporting 3 integrated schools, 2 joint research facilities, and now the plans for permanent settlements on both worlds. Noah, your suture technique has improved, Doctor. Significantly, Dr. Vila noted, observing Noah's precise movements as he closed the simulated incision. The micro-adjustments you've incorporated from last week's feedback show remarkable progress. Noah nodded, completing the final suture with steady hands. At 20 years old, his 5th year at the Interspecies Medical Academy had brought specialization in pediatric respiratory medicine, building on the foundation laid a decade earlier. The native Wigneer suturing approach actually works better for delicate respiratory tissue, he explained, setting down the instruments. The diagonal tension distribution prevents microtears during post-surgical breathing cycles. Dr. Vila made notes on her tablet. Your research on comparative respiratory systems continues to impress the faculty. The paper on bronchial elasticity across oxygen-nitrogen atmospheres has been accepted by the Interspecies Medical Journal. Noah's academic success placed him in the top percentile of his class, though he remained quietly focused on the work rather than the accolades. His research lab occupied a corner space in the Academy's East Wing, doctor-led with atmospheric monitoring equipment and tissue samples from consenting donors representing both species. His personal adaptive monitor, a descendant of the original device from his childhood, now displayed blood oxygen efficiency at 98.7%, numbers that would have seemed impossible during those early asthmatic episodes that had once dominated his life. Dr. Perry asked me to remind you about tomorrow's celebration, Dr. Vila added as they sterilized the workspace. The transport leaves at 600. Noah nodded. The 5th anniversary of New Harmony, the first permanent Wigneer settlement on Earth, coincided perfectly with his break between clinical rotations. The settlement had grown substantially from its initial 300 residents to a thriving community of over 2,000 Wigneers integrated with the surrounding human populations. The next morning, Noah boarded the Hyperloop transport with his father. The journey to Montana took 90 minutes, the countryside blurring outside as they discussed recent developments. The settlement's atmospheric adaptation systems have exceeded design specifications, Dr. Perry said, reviewing data on his tablet. Energy consumption 30% below projections, while maintaining optimal parameters for both physiologies. The transport slowed as they approached New Harmony Station. Through the windows, Noah could see the distinctive architecture of the settlement's transparent domes interconnected with sleek structures featuring variable transparent alls that adjusted based on external conditions. Noah, Talia's voice carried across the platform as they disembarked. She approached with fluid grace, her scale patterns now bearing additional markings signifying her role as youth ambassador. Your timing is perfect. The cultural exchange demonstration begins in 30 minutes. The settlement hummed with activity as they made their way to the central plaza. Human and Wigneer children move together through the spaces, their interactions natural and unforced. The architectural design eliminated traditional barriers, with ATM Dr. Herrick transition zones allowing both species to move freely throughout most areas. Commander Vrex greeted them at the administrative building, his daughter at his side. Dr. Perry, no will come to our anniversary celebration. His posture reflected the permanent shift from military commander to community leader. The Integrated Learning Center students have prepared a special presentation. The center formed the heart of New Harmony, housing 400 Wigneer children studying alongside 600 humans from surrounding communities. Its curved walls and adjustable spaces adapted to different learning approaches, while maintaining environmental parameters suitable for both species. Inside the main assembly hall, students had arranged displays showcasing 5 years of collaborative achievements. Noah paused at a medical technology exhibit where teenagers demonstrated modified versions of the respiratory monitoring system he had helped develop. "We've adapted the sensors for field use," explained a Wigneer student named Kelter. "The portable units can now function in various atmospheric conditions while maintaining calibration." The celebration continued with performances combining human and Wigneer musical traditions. Noah watched with appreciation as the young musicians demonstrated how the distinct tonal preferences of each species could create harmonies impossible in single-species compositi doctor. After the presentations, Noah's communicator signaled an urgent message from the Interspecies Cooperation Agency. His father received the same alert simultaneously, their expressions growing serious as they read the contents. "We need to speak with Commander Vrex immediately," Dr. Perry said, his voice low. They found the commander in the operations center, already receiving the same information through secure channels. The large display showed the position of a joint human-Wigneer exploration vessel, the Cooperative Venture, at the edge of Wigneer territory. "They've encountered a damaged alien ship," Commander Vrex explained, enlarging the image. "Draxian design, 37 survivors on board, including 11 juveniles." Noah studied the readings transmitted from the exploration vessel. "Their life support systems are failing, oxygen levels dropping rapidly." Dr. Perry looked grim. "The Draxians have a history of territorial disputes with Wigneers. This presents diplomatic challenges. The medical data indicates a severe respiratory infection," Noah pointed out, focusing on the biometric readings. "Similar pathology to my condition 10 years ago, but with physiologic doctor differences I can't immediately quantify." Commander Vrex activated the communication system. "Admiral Shaw is convening an emergency response team. We're requested to join via secure link." The holographic conference room materialized around them. Admiral Shaw appeared at the head of the table, flanked by High Commander Krex and Chief Medical Officer Vila. Other specialists joined from various locations, creating virtual meeting space that bridged thousands of miles. "The situation requires immediate medical intervention," Admiral Shaw began. "The Draxian vessel cannot sustain life support beyond 7 to 2 hours. High Commander Krex displayed tactical data showing the position of other Wigneer vessels in relation to the disabled Draxian ship. Historical context suggests caution. The Draxians have engaged Wigneer forces 3 times in the past 30 years. "With respect, Commander," Noah interjected, studying the medical data streaming in. "The juvenile patients show accelerated respiratory decline. Their smaller respiratory systems are deteriorating more rapidly than the adults." Dr. Perry analyzed the Draxian biological scans. The respiratory treatment developed from Noah's case might be adaptable for their physiology, but would require significant modifications. Noah pulled up schematics of his monitoring technology. "My respiratory sensors could PR doctor to the necessary data." They're designed to analyze atmospheric requirements across diverse physiological structures. Admiral Shaw nodded decisively. The Supreme Council has ordered the cooperative venture to transport the Draxians to the Perry Children's Hospital in Berlin. It's our best-equipped facility for cross-species medical emergencies. Commander Vrex frowned. This creates significant security concerns. Bringing a historical doctor, hostile species to Earth could threaten the trust we've built with humans. I'll implement enhanced security protocols, Admiral Shaw responded. But medical response must take precedence over traditional military concerns. The meeting concluded with rapid assignments. Noah and Dr. Shaw would prepare the hospital facilities in Berlin, while Commander Vrex would oversee security arrangements for the Draxians' arrival. We have 48 hours before their condition deteriorates beyond recovery, Dr. Perry reminded everyone, particularly the juveniles. 3 hours later, Noah boarded a medical transport bound for Berlin. His mind raced with potential treatment protocols as he reviewed the preliminary biological data transmitted from the cooperative venture. The scans revealed fundamental similarities between Draxian respiratory structures and those of humans and Wigneers, despite significant evolutionary differences. Dr. Shaw met him at the hospital landing pad. The Interspecies Medical Academy has granted you emergency clinical privileges despite your student status, she informed him. Your expert doctor, with the respiratory treatment gives us our best chance. Noah nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility. I've brought specialized equipment modified based on the preliminary data. We'll need to establish a controlled atmospheric environment calibrated to their specific needs. As they entered the hospital, Noah spotted Talia coordinating with the staff. She approached them quickly. I've been assigned as cultural liaison, she explained. My specialization in xenobiological communication should help identify nonverbal distress signals. Noah felt a surge of confidence having her on the team. Her ability to interpret subtle physiological cues across species would prove invaluable when working with patients whose communication systems differed from both humans and Wigneers. Dr. Shaw led them to the newly configured treatment zones. The cooperative venture will reach Earth orbit in 6 to 9 hours. We need to be ready. Noah examined the atmospheric controls, making precise adjustments based on the Draxian biological parameters. The hospital staff moved with practiced efficiency, preparing for yet another unprecedented medical challenge. 10 years ago, we didn't know if Wigneers and humans could peacefully coexist, Dr. Shaw said quietly. Now we're preparing to treat a third speciesome with historical animosity toward both our peoples. Noah calibrated the final settings on the respiratory equipment he had helped develop through years of research. The technology that had grown from his childhood condition now stood ready to bridge yet another gap between worlds. The cooperative venture has a Jew doctor, its arrival time, a staff member announced. They've accelerated to maximum safe velocity. New estimated arrival, 4 to 7 hours. Noah looked at the monitors displaying the Draxian life signs transmitted from the rescue vessel. The juvenile patient's readings flickered with increasing instability. We'll be ready, he said, making a final adjustment to the atmospheric controls. Let's prepare the treatment protocols. Noah stared at the atmospheric chamber readings, adjusting the oxygen mixture for the third time. The Draxian juveniles required precision he hadn't encountered before at their doctor, respiratory systems more sensitive than either human or Wigneer physiology. Try increasing nitrogen levels by 2%, he suggested to Dr. Shaw. Their blood saturation rates suggest they process oxygen differently under stress. The preparation continued through the night as the cooperative venture approached Earth orbit. Noah worked alongside the medical team, converting theoretical models into practical treatment protocols. The stakes were clear. Every decimal point in the atmospheric calculations could mean the difference between recovery and respiratory failure for the Draxian children. 15 years later, Noah stood before the massive memorial in Geneva's Interspecies Cooperation Plaza. The structure towered 30 meters above the crowded child's hand, extending an inhaler, rendered in materials contributed from 3 worlds. The bronze plaque at its base reads simply, "First breath shared, worlds united." Still feels surreal, doesn't it? Talia asked, her scale patterns now bearing the intricate markings of a senior diplomat. Seeing yourself immortalized like this? Noah nodded, adjusting the collar of his formal medical uniform. At 25, he had nearly completed his residency at the Interspecies Medical Center, specializing in cross-species respiratory treatment. That scared 10-year-old with an inhaler never imagined this. The plaza teemed with over 50,000 attendees from Earth, Wigneer territories, and the new Draxian settlements. Students F-Doctor. 78 integrated learning centers lined the central pathway, wearing uniforms that incorporated design elements from all 3 civilizations. Commander Vrexno Chief Security Coordinator approached with High Commander Krex and a Draxian official Noah recognized as Captain Zorax. "Dr. Perry," Commander Vrex said formally, "the ceremony begins in 20 minutes. President Shaw requests your presence on the main platform." Noah followed, navigating through sections of the crowd where atmospheres had been tailored for comfort across species. The engineering behind these atmospheric transition zones had become standardized, allowing seamless movement between environments once considered incompatible. The main platform overlooked the entire plaza, where 3 flags fluttered side by side. Noah took his position near the podium, nodding to his father seated among the scientific delegation. Dr. James Perry had aged visibly, but maintained the same focused intensity that had guided humanity through first contact. President Marcus Shaw, formerly Admiral Shaw, stepped to the microphone. His military bearing remained evident despite 3 years in civilian leadership. 15 years ago, he began, a human child and a Wigneer scout crossed paths in a Montana forest. That encounter could have ended in fear or hostility. Instead, it began with an act of compassion that would ultimately transform 3 civilizations. The crowd quieted as holographic displays activated, showing the progression from that first encounter to current integration achievements. Images of the Perry Children's Hospital transitioned to footage of integrated learning centers, and finally, to the successful treatment of Draxian respiratory conditions 5 years earlier. Today we celebrate not just survival, but thriving cooperation across biological boundaries once thought insurmountable, President Shaw continued. The respiratory treatment protocols developed from Noah Perry's condition now serve as standard care for 3 distinct species. Noah scanned the audience, spotting Timothy Grant among the theological advisors. The man who had once questioned alien contact now worked directly with the Interspecies Cooperation Agency, helping bridge cultural divides. Beside him sat Kelter, one of the first Wigneer students from New Harmony, now a respected xenobiologist. President Shaw gestured toward Noah. Dr. Perry's work continues today at the forefront of interspecies medicine. His treatments have saved millions across 3 worlds. A staff member hurried onto the platform, interrupting the speech with urgent whispers to the president's security detail. President Shaw's expression shifted from ceremonial to command mode in an instant. "Ladies and gentlemen, we must temporarily suspend the ceremony," he announced. "All officials please report to your designated stations." There is no immediate danger to this gathering. Noah followed the security team's directions, moving with Talia and Commander Vrex to a secure facility beneath the plaza. Inside, holographic displays showed deep space monitoring data. Hundreds of unknown vessels approaching Allied territory in tight formation. "First contact protocols activated," announced a monitoring officer. Unknown vessels number approximately 327. Configuration and energy signatures do Doctor match any known species. Admiral Rodriguez, who had succeeded Marcus Shaw as fleet commander, addressed the assembled leadership. We've mobilized the Joint Defense Command. 9 to 7 human vessels, 6 to 4 Wigner ships, and 22 Draxian craft have established defensive positions around inhabited systems. Noah studied the incoming data alongside his father. The vessel's configuration suggested massive transport capacity rather than military design. "Have we established communication?" he asked. "Communication vessels are moving to intercept now," Admiral Rodriguez confirmed. Initial contact signals transmitted in all known formats. The room fell silent as they waited. Noah found himself standing between Commander Vrex and Captain Zorek's representatives of species that had once been adversaries now united in facing an unknown arrival. The communication officer straightened suddenly. "Incoming response. Universal translation processing." The main display activated, showing a humanoid figure with distinctive cranial ridges and pale blue skin. The being spoke in a melodic language while translation software processed the input. "Greetings to neighboring species. We are the Zentraland Collective, seeking sanctuary. Our homeworld star accelerates toward red giant phase. Our fleet carries 83 million Surdoctorors in stasis. We request assistance and potential settlement rights within habitable territories." Admiral Rodriguez exchanged glances with President Shaw before responding. "We welcome peaceful contact, Zentraland representatives. We request biological and technical data to assess compatibility and assistance requirements." The data transfer began immediately. Noah moved to the medical station as information flooded the screen's detailed scans of Zentraland physiology, particularly their respiratory systems. "They're suffering from radiation damage," Noah noted, analyzing the patterns. "Their respiratory tissue shows deterioration similar to chronic exposure cases I've studied. Their technology has stabilized the condition but hasn't reversed the damage." He expanded the analysis, comparing Zentraland respiratory structures with human, Wigner, and Draxian models in the database. "There are similarities to conditions we've already treated across species. The fundamental mechanics of oxygen processing follow compatible patterns despite evolutionary differences." Dr. Perry joined him at the console. "Their medical data indicates a 30-year survival horizon without intervention, but these patterns..." He highlighted specific tissue markers. "Noah, these look remarkably similar to your original condition, just with radiation damage instead of allergic inflammation." Noah nodded, already formulating potential treatment pathways. "We need biological samples and controlled testing environments. The Noah Perry Respiratory Research Center has the equipment and database to adapt our treatments to their physiology." The Interspecies Security Council convened in the adjacent chamber. Commander Vrex addressed the gathering, his experience with the Draxian integration evident in his approach. "Traditional security protocols would recommend maintaining distance while conducting threat assessment," he began. "However, our experience with the Draxian refugees demonstrated that immediate medical doctor distance establishes trust more effectively than caution perceived as hostility." Captain Zorex nodded agreement. "5 years ago, your medical intervention saved our children when traditional diplomatic approaches would have left them to perish. The Draxian Coalition supports modified security protocols that prioritize humanitarian response." President Shaw considered the recommendations, then looked to Noah. "Dr. Perry, can your respiratory treatments be adapted for these Zentralands?" "Based on preliminary data, yes," Noah answered. "The patterns of damage show key similarities to conditions we've addressed across 3 species. We'd need direct biological samples and controlled testing, but the pathways for treatment already exist in our database." President Shaw's decision came quickly. Prepare the cooperation for immediate launch. We'll send a formal welcome mission to the Zentraland fleet with medical assessment capability. Noah gathered his equipment while the diplomatic team assembled. Talia joined him as xenobiological communications specialist, while Captain Zorex volunteered to represent Draxian interests. The three-species delegation symboled DRD how far they had progressed from Noah's childhood encounter with Xena. Within hours, the specialized vessel cooperation broke Earth orbit, accelerating toward the approaching fleet. Noah converted the medical bay into an assessment laboratory, preparing equipment to analyze Zentraland respiratory samples upon contact. Preliminary scans suggest their condition is deteriorating faster than their initial reports indicated, Talia noted as they approached the massive fleet. Life support systems on multiple vessels show advanced degradation. The cooperation established orbit alongside the lead Zentraland vessel. Noah watched through the viewport as the enormous ships came into visual range. Hundreds of massive transports bearing the hopes of an entire civilization. Transmission from Zentraland Command, the communications officer announced. They're requesting immediate medical consultation. 37 vessels report critical life suit Dr. RT failure affecting 11 million Zentralands in cryostasis. Noah activated his equipment. Tell them we're ready to receive medical representatives and biological samples. We need to begin assessment immediately. The Zentraland medical team arrived within the hour. Noah worked quickly, analyzing tissue samples while Dr. Shahu had joined the mission from the Perry Children's Hospital, established communication protocols with the alien physicians. The damage patterns match our models, Noah confirmed, studying the cellular structures. Our respiratory treatments can be adapted to their physiology. The technology we developed from my childhood condition, further refined through Wigneer and Draxian applications, provides the foundation for treatment. He demonstrated the first protocol adjustments, applying modified compounds to Zentraland tissue samples. The cellular response was immediate and positive. We can treat them, he announced to the waiting officials. But full implementation requires awakening patients from cryostasis and transporting them to specialized facilities. The logistics are unprecedented. President Shaw authorized Emergency Protocol 17 from Earth, coordinating with Supreme Council leader Zax and Draxian Elder Morax to convert 78 treatment centers across 3 worlds into specialized facilities for Zentraland care. Noah established the first successful treatment on a Zentraland patient aboard the cooperation, adapting the respiratory therapy with Dr. Shaw's assistance. The patient's breathing improved visibly within hours, respiratory capacity increasing 28% by the 6-hour mark. Transmit the treatment specifications to all activated medical centers, Noah instructed. We need parallel preparation across all allied worlds while the transportation fleet moves into position. The massive evacuation operation began with the 37 ships facing imminent life support failure. Noah worked continuously, refining treatment protocols as more Zentralands arrived at the Perry Children's Hospital in Berlin. The facility had expanded dramatically since his childhood, now capable of treating 8,000 Zentraland patients simultaneously. Noah personally oversaw 300 juvenile cases with the most severe symptoms, applying pediatric protocols that had become standard practice across 3 species. These children are responding even better than the adults, Noah noted to Dr. Shaw as they reviewed treatment data. Their tissue regeneration rates exceed projections by 30%. The critical moment came 17 hours into the operation. Monitoring systems detected catastrophic atmospheric containment failure, developing in a vessel carrying 3 million Zentralands in cryostasis. Technical analysis confirmed what everyone feared: the system would collapse before rescue vessels could reach the ship. Commander Vrex proposed the solution. We convert sections of every available vessel to compatible environments. Temporary atmospheric modifications in designated compartments could sustain Zentraland life signs until reaching proper facilities. Noah worked frantically, developing modified protocols for emergency atmosphere conversion. We need to isolate sections in each vessel, implement these atmospheric adjustments, and transfer the Zentralands before complete failure. The emergency evacuation proceeded with vessels from all three allied species participating. Human, Wigneer, and Draxian crews worked alongside Audoctoren Zentraland technicians, converting ship sections to compatible environments within the critical time frame. The rescue succeeded. All 3 million endangered refugees transferred before their original vessel's containment system failed completely. The 4-species salvation, as it came to be known, marked seamless coordination between formerly adversarial civilizations in preserving life regardless of origin. The Zentraland High Council, awakened from cryostasis to address the crisis, requested formal inclusion in the interspecies alliance structure. President Shaw, Supreme Council leader Zax, and Draxian Elder Morex jointly approved preliminary integration protocols. 1 month later, the Interspecies Learning Center at New Harmony welcomed 37 Zentraland children alongside human, Wigneer, and Draxian students. Noah watched as his father, now Educational Integration Director, guided the new arrivals through orientation. The first permanent memorial commemorating the 4-species salvation was established at the original contact site in Montana. Noah visited with Talia, Timothy Grant, and Kelter, standing before the monument that featured contributions from all 4 civilizations. From one child's breath to the salvation of world's kindness multiplies across the stars, Noah read the inscripti doctor, aloud. Hard to believe it started with an asthma attack. His personal adaptive monitor now displayed 99.2% blood oxygen efficiency, a number that reminded him daily how far they had come. The same technology that had helped him breathe as a child now sustained millions across 4 distinct species. The Interspecies Medical Academy offered Noah the position of Research Director for the newly established 4-species treatment division. Despite competing offers from prestigious institutions, he accepted immediately, recognizing the opportunity to further develop comprehensive approaches addressing conditions affecting multiple civilizations. On his 25th birthday, Noah gathered with close friends at the Perry family home in Montana. Talia, Timothy Grant, Kelter, and Zexra, young Zentraland medical students successfully treated for respiratory damage, shared a meal together in the specialized atmospheric zones installed throughout the house. To breathing freely, Noah proposed, raising his glass in the universal gesture adopted across 4 species. As night fell, his communicator signaled. President Shaw appeared on the screen. Dr. Perry, I apologize for interrupting your celebration, but I wanted to inform you personally. The Council has approved the Respiratory Peace Initiative, using medical cooperation as the foundation for expanding peaceful relations beyond our 4 species. Noah looked around at his friends, representatives of 4 distinct evolutionary paths brought together through a single act of sharing breath. I'd be honored to serve as medical advisor, he responded. When do we begin? I'd be honored to serve as medical advisor, he responded. When do we begin? Immediately, Preside Dr. Shaw replied. The potential for expanding medical cooperation beyond our 4 species presents unprecedented opportunities. We'll need your expertise to lead the transition team. Noah looked at his gathered friends, human, Wigneer, Draxian, and Zentralanol, united through a single act of compassion that began with sharing breath. 20 years later, the diplomatic vessel Unity hummed with efficient energy as it approached Geneva. Noah Perry adjusted the collar of his formal uniform, the insignia of the Interplanetary Medical Corps, catching the light as he moved. At 4 to 5, his face carried the distinguished doctor, lines of experience, though his eyes retained the same compassionate intensity that had characterized him since childhood. "Nervous?" Dr. James Perry asked, settling into the seat beside his son. His father's hair had turned completely silver, but at 73, he moved with the vigor of someone Dr. Cad's younger. "Not nervous," Noah replied, reviewing his notes on a translucent display. "Just aware of the significance. 4 species formally united under a single charter when I shared my inhaler with Xena that day." "You couldn't have predicted this," his father finished. "No one could have." The Unity banked gently as Geneva came into view below. From this height, the 4-species plaza dominated the landscape, a massive architectural marvel with 4 distinct sectors flowing seamlessly into one another. At its center, the Breath of Peace monument stretched skyward, 4 crystalline spires intertwining as they rose. "Atmospheric adaptation systems functioning at optimal levels," announced the pilot. Environmental balance achieved in all sectors. Noah glanced at his personal monitor. 99.8% oxygen efficiency. The technology that had evolved from his childhood medical devices now enabled all 4 species to breathe comfortably in shared environments without specialized equipment. As they disembarked, Noah inhaled deeply, appreciating the perfectly balanced atmosphere. Suddenly, his breath caught. A familiar tightness gripped his chest, a sensation he hadn't experienced in over 15 years. He reached instinctively for his pocket before remembering he no longer carried an emergency inhaler. Dr. Alexander Shaw appeared at his side, discreetly scanning him with a portable medical device. "Your implants already compensating. Oxygen levels normalizing." "First asthma episode in 15 years, Noah noted with a wry smile. "Today of all days." "Poetic timing," Dr. Shaw replied, checking the readout. "Everything stabilized, ready to make history again." Noah nodded, the brief respiratory moment passing as quickly as it had come. He stepped onto the platform overlooking the plaza where over 100,000 beings from across 4 civilizations had gathered. Humans, Wigneers, Draxians, and Zentralans moved freely through the space, the environmental adaptation systems eliminating the need for protective gear that had once separated them. President Sophia Williamson, his elementary school classmate, now Earth's youngest elected leader, greeted him with a formal handshake. "Dr. Perry, right on time." "Madam President," Noah acknowledged. "Quite a turnout." 4 civilizations united through a single act of compassion," she replied. "Your compassion." "Supreme Council Dr. Eater Vex, Commander Vrex's eldest offspring, approached with the distinctive gait of the Wigneer leadership caste. "Dr. Perry, we are prepared to begin the procession." Draxian Grand Elder Zortex and Zentralan Coordinator Zeltra joined them, completing the leadership quadrant that would oversee the ceremony. Noah spotted familiar faces gathering for the procession. Talia, now a distinguished atmospheric scientist; Timothy Grant, founder of the Theological Harmony Foundation; Kelter, representing Draxian medical interests; and Zexra, who had completed her medical training under Noah's guidance. The formal procession began precisely at noon. Noah took his place among the 23 signatories, walking the ceremonial path toward the charter document. As he walked, he observed the faces in the crowd, beings from 4 distinct evolutionary paths united in a single purpose. Children of multiple species pointed excitedly as he passed, their education having taught them the story of the inhaler that changed galactic relations. President Williams opened the ceremony with her address. 20 years ago, 2 children from different worlds shared breath in a moment of crisis. Today, we formalize what began with that simple act of compassion. She proceeded to document the journey from that first encounter through 6 to 3 key moments in the integration timeline. Each statistical achievement resonated with Noah not as abstract numbers, but as lives touched and transformed. 17 formerly incurable medical conditions now treatable through cross-species co-op doctor, Ion, she continued. 34 integrated settlements established across 12 planets. And perhaps most significantly, 0 armed conflicts between member species since the formal integration protocols were established. High Commander Krex approached the podium next, his exoskeleton showing the distinctive patterns of advanced Wigneer age. At 83, this would be his final public appearance. Noah remembered him as the military leader who had once ordered Earth's destruction, transformed into one of the Alliance's strongest advocates. "I came to Earth as a conqueror," Krex stated, his translator conveying the emotion behind his words. "I watched as a human child taught my people what my military training could not, that compassion crosses biological boundaries." Krex presented the military conversion report documenting the transition of 374 former combat vessels to peaceful functions. Then, he turned to Noah. "Dr. Perry, I have carried this with me for 20 years. The commander presented a small insigniath original command emblem from the vessel that had brought Xena to Earth. From an instrument of war to a symbol of peace, much like my own journey." Noah accepted the artifact, feeling its weight in his palm heavier with significance than physical mass. Senior scientist Malia presented next, her exoskeleton now showing the pale coloration of Wigneer maturity. "The adaptive respiration system now serves over 9 billion individuals across Alliance territories," she explained, displaying real-time implementation data. "From one human child's treatment, we developed technology that allows us all to breathe freely." When Noah's turn came to speak, he approached the podium and looked out at the assembled representatives of 4 civilizations. "Earlier today, I experienced a brief asthma attack," he began, his voice carrying across the plaza. "My first in 15 years. It reminded me of the moment that brought us here when I couldn't breathe, and someone who was supposed to be my enemy helped me." He continued, describing patients from each species he had treated throughout his medical career. "Across biological differences, the desire to breathe freely unites us. It's not politics or treaties that bind, civilization sits the recognition of shared needs and the willingness to help others meet them." As Noah concluded, a diplomatic aide hurried to President Williams, whispering urgently. The president's expression shifted from surprise to cautious optimism. "Dr. Perry," she called. "It seems your influence extends further than we anticipated." Representatives from the Galactic Rim, Confederation 11 previously uncontacted specieshave, arrived requesting observer status at our ceremony. The unexpected delegation of per doctor, head beings of unfamiliar biological configurations, each distinct from the others. Their medical attaché stepped forward. "For 3 years, we have monitored your Alliance communications," the being explained through a translation device. "2 of our member species suffer respiratory degradation similar to conditions you have successfully treated. We seek not political alliance but medical cooperation." President Williams consulted briefly with the other Alliance leaders before nodding approval. "Observer status granted." Noah immediately stepped forward. "I'd be happy to conduct preliminary assessments immediately following the ceremony. Our medical protocols can likely be adapted to your physiologies with proper biological samples." The Confederation representatives displayed signs of what appeared to be relief, though expressed through unfamiliar biological indicators. The charter signing proceeded, with delegates from all 4 founding species applying their signatures simultaneously. Noah signed immediately after, his signature holding equal authority to planetary leaders. As the final mark was applied, the Breath of Peace monument activated. The crystalline spires illuminated from within, displaying synchronized patterns representing the harmonized respiratory rhythms of all 4 species. The light patterns extended upward, forming a beacon visible throughout Geneva and detectable from orbit. Following the ceremony, Noah met with the Galactic Rim Confederation representatives in a specialized laboratory adjacent to the plaza. Initial scans confirmed his assessment their respiratory conditions shared fundamental characteristics with those successfully treated through Alliance protocols. "We can begin information transfer immediately," Noah explained, authorizing transmission of treatment specifications to their medical facilities. "With proper biological samples, we can adapt existing protocols to your specific physiologies." Later that evening, Noah returned to where it all began clearing in Montana, where he had first shared his inhaler with Xena. Now a memorial garden, the site featured plants from all 4 allied worlds growing together in specially prepared soil. Xena waited there, her exoskeleton showing the distinctive patterns of Wigneer elderhood. "My mission was to determine if humanity should be eliminated," she said as Noah approached. "Instead, I found the solution to problems my people had struggled with for generations. You changed the course of 4 civilizations with a single act of kindness. Doctor." Perry removed a small artifact from his pocket, Noah's original inhaler, preserved in a protective case for 20 years. Noah took the weathered blue device, turning it over in his hands. "Hard to believe something so small could change so much," he said. Noah placed the inhaler in a specialized preservation container at the center of the garden. The container, designed by engineers from all 4 species, would maintain the artifact indefinitely while displaying its significance to visitors. As evening approached, the group noticed an unusual phenomenon in the sky above. Where the specialized atmospheric systems interacted with Earth's natural atmosphere, stars appeared simultaneously in the visual spectrum of all 4 species harmony stars, visible only under these precise conditions. "A shared vision across biological differences," Talia observed. "Perfect atmospheric balance." Noah gazed upward at the stars, visible equally to all gathered regardless of evolutionary origin. From a child who couldn't breathe to an architect of interstellar cooperation, his journey had come full circle. The universe had expanded beyond anything he could have imagined that summer day in Montana, when he simply offered his inhaler to someone in need. The plans for the interspecies medical vessel respiration were already progressing. Soon, Noah would lead the first mission beyond established territories, extending medical protocols to regions untouched by Alliance influence. But for now, he simply breathed deeply, surrounded by representatives of 4 united civilizations all sharing the same air under the Harmony stars.